How we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Happy surprise. They gave us the full... We got the full set of day in advance day. It's exciting. We're starting a little bit late today because my sleep was torched last night as opposed to being torched tonight. So I've got that going for me. And I think I'm sitting on my booster packs at this point, right? I think is the plan. What's the set out? Set releases in 14 hours. 14 hours. Yeah, so if you missed it, about an hour ago, we posted an EX Pokemon set review on the channel, and now we're gonna dig into the rest of the cards because we have a full data mine. It's a quick half day. Yeah, we'll see. My plan for the stream today is we're gonna look over all the cards in the new set and do a little bit of a formal, informal set review. Haven't done one of these live before, so we'll give it a go. And then the plan is to start building some decks and some of the community deck editors so we can have a bunch of things built up and ready to go. I will ask on that one too. Ben, since you're listening, I can respond to you verbally. My contact at Advanced said anything that has a cream-based ingredient is not kosher. But other than that, the products are. I'm not sure if that's clearly marked or not. If that doesn't clarify for you looking at their site, let me know and I can do some digging for you later. Ace Crusher, thank you for the 41 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Mike Awesome, being awesome in Hooglandia for 21 months. Knight and Jester, what a fitting Hooglandia username. Thank you for the entire year of support. Wes Cran, coming in hot for the Baker's Dozen. I appreciate the 13 months. Gonna take me a minute to get caught up here, gamers. Reno Jenkins, coming in hot for the 26. Good morning, good morning. Silver Oak with the 3.5 years. Can't wait to play some new decks tomorrow. Yeah, there's a lot of sweet designs in here. Excited to dig through them all here today. Moldy Locks, thank you for the over 5 years. Yeah, so today we're no longer working with leaks. These are technically data mines now, which is a little bit different. So for those that aren't super familiar with the game space, leaks means someone is claiming to have advanced information from the game company and is sharing it. You typically breaking an NDA or some kind of contract. Whereas the full set that we're going to be looking at here now is pulled directly out of the game files. So with the trading update last night, there was a 400 megabyte download that had all the new cards in it. So these cards, while there's technically still a chance they could like change text boxes or something, I guess, before they fully go live tonight, I would be shocked. It is an interesting note that only one of the Gen 4 starters had an EX Pokemon. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Yeah, so let's go to my. I'm gonna turn the background music off from the what's it called. Let's go to my. We got a seed here. Someone asked, is Weevil still weak to grass? So something that. What do I got here? I want all. Oh no! Excuse me. Okay, something that is worth noting that happened, that they do in paper Pokemon as well, is that Um, Bug Pokemon in Paper TCG are grass types, and dark are weak to bugs. So some dark Pokemon are weak to grass to represent that inside of the TCG. So it's not a mistake that it's not a mistake that these are weak to grass. The non poison dark types are weak to grass. Oh, that's an interesting distinction. That is the case, isn't it, right? Because the existing dark types that we've had that have been weak to fighting, Wheezing and Muck, they're they're poisons, so they wouldn't be weak to bugs, so they're weak to fighting then. That's interesting. Yeah, I think we're gonna start with the new trainers. I think looking at the new trainers gives important context to some of the other cards. The Hoaglandia 40 code works site-wide on Advance, and you should be able to see it applied in your shopping cart before you check out. My landing page just has a couple of my custom things and a couple of flavors that I picked out that I've enjoyed. So yeah, anything on the Advanced GG site today, and I'll plug that to start before we do. I have a nice little logo they sent me. So they are one of the awesome sponsors for our upcoming Hoaglandia tournament here as well. So Advanced, they do hydration, energy, and focus drink mix. It's delicious. That's what I'm always drinking out of this cup since we partnered with them. For today and tomorrow only, code Hoaglandia40 is going to be live and get you 40% off of any of the drink mixes on their site. If you're thinking about checking them out, that link is pinned over the Twitch chat. It's underneath the YouTube live stream video description. Check them out. I've had 3 of their different flavors and they're great. I think I'm actually going to order a couple extra for myself here too. They sent me some for free, but I've been drinking, I don't know, 2 or sometimes 3 of these a day. So I would have burned through what they sent me for free. The detail difference, I don't want to misspeak or misrepresent what they are. If you click around on their site bed, it'll tell you what the differences are. But energy are more caffeine concentrated, I believe. All right, so where are we starting? This is gonna be a little scuff chat. I haven't done a big set card review live since like Magic the Gathering, like years ago at this point. So what do we do? Do we open a bunch of tabs to start? Maybe we open a bunch of tabs to start, and then we click through. All right, we'll leave the screen big, and let's start with. I think we start with the trainers, huh? I'll just like blow out a bunch of tabs here. We'll put our 32 gigs of RAM to use. I never realized how much I missed these post -matches. Yeah, honestly, Gap, playing Pokemon Pocket after playing Marvel Snap made me realize that Marvel Snap's card release cycle is really unexciting in comparison. Yeah, if you're interested in my thoughts on trading, be sure to check out that video there that went up last night. Shout out to my editor working overtime like myself, helping us get all those out ASAP. How easy and clean that is. BK Sting, thank you for the 16 buds. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Oh, I forgot to pin the will you like the live stream thing on the YouTube side. Like the live stream, gamers. How late did you stay up last night? I believe I went to bed about 2 a.m. If I recall correctly. I don't remember exactly what the clock said. All right. There is a non-zero chance this is the best card in the set. Just generically gonna be the most played. The, I am somewhat concerned that Pokemon Pocket decks just became 14 cards. I wholly, completely unironically, I am somewhat concerned Pokemon decks just became 14 cards. And I've talked about this a bit. Like, they need to be really careful with these kind of effects because, yeah, this searches up any Pokemon out of your deck, right? Vlogner, thank you for the brand new prime. I appreciate it. Yeah, I would assume that our decks are starting with 2 Pokemon communication on top of the 2 balls and the two research. This is not in both packs. This is only in the Dialga pack, and it's a 2-diamond card, so that could be a decent tiebreaker if you're looking for where to go. An addition in the Dialga pack is oh, you know what I could do? Okay, hold on. Wait. I can make this better. Hold on. We're gonna do some fancy overlay stuff here. Display capture. This one. What if I do this? Over here. Does this work as I click around? Dialga pack, Palkia pack, Palkia pack. God, we're so good at technology, chat. We're so good. Appreciate you bearing with me as the sausage gets made. I wanted something to fill in there. That's good. That's good. Good thought. Good thought. Some cards are front of it. What's a card that's found in both? What's a card that's found in both so I can see what that looks like? Oddish is in both. All right, let me look at Oddish. Oh, it's an adorable one. Okay. All right. That's Oddish. Does it look terrible when I click to one that's only in one now? It's fine. That's a little scuffed, but it'll be fine. It's better. It's better than having to adjust it anytime I come to one that's in 2, right? Do we think we want the game background music while I'm talking too? I don't know. I went back and forth. Like normally when I'm doing like review type stuff, I don't have other background stuff going on. I gotta say no music for this. I got people that want. I think people that want music should double audio stream on these days. Do you know the probabilities behind communication? Well, you would just be equally likely to get all of the Pokemon from your deck. Would be what it's going to do, right? Also, because it's getting close, I want to run through a bunch of all of these trainers right in a row now that we have the overlay formatted, but I don't want to pause to do an advert. So I'm going to run the advert on Twitch, and then we'll dive on into talking about the trainers here. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're going to run through the set review live today, and then we're going to build some decks together. Should be able to use the advanced ticket soon. Here's hoping. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button on the live stream this morning. Let's stand up here to start, too. Hey, glad you enjoyed the EX tier list. Yes, that's got some movers in it for sure. Are the new packs replacing Mythical Ed, or we have 6 packs altogether? No, we're gonna have 6 packs altogether. I assume we'll get ample warning before if they ever they ever decide to remove packs from the shop. Is it better to watch with YouTube Red or Twitch Turbo? Man, there's an old timer. Call it at YouTube Red. Well, honestly, whichever platform you prefer. Whatever's easier for you. I'm shocked how many people so many people dogging Palkia really hammers home how many folks haven't won games with Farfetch'd in Pokemon Pocket to date. They've spent way too much time just playing like Mewtwo's and Pikachu's and Celebi's, and they just don't appreciate a good, consistent source of damage. Well, a set review posted on YouTube. I don't know. I haven't decided. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna record it in chunks, so maybe we could have the editor string it together and put it up. But for the first couple of sets we had, the first couple of sets we had, the non-EX card reviews did not perform well. So I don't know that I'm interested in posting it up if it's gonna I might just leave it for people to dig through this live stream, and then maybe we'll tag it in the video description afterwards of which sections are where. Woozy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's super generous. Appreciate it. Skyzos with the Hawaii 5-0. Thanks for the over 4 years. All right, let's kick off our full set review with the trader cards, starting with what is likely the #1 card in this set, Pokemon Communication. Choose a Pokemon in your hand and switch it with a random Pokemon in your deck. So switch it means you're not going to get the same thing back out unless there's a second copy of that thing in your deck. This is the scariest card in the set, in my opinion. This is a card that potentially makes Pokemon Pocket decks effectively be 14 cards. We've talked a lot about how Pokeball and Professor's research are very clearly cards the game is intended for everyone to be playing 2 of, and this is just going to add a ton of consistency to any deck, especially one that's playing Pokemon evolution lines. One interesting / noteworthy tension point with this card is the fact that you need specifically a Pokemon in hand to enable it. So it encourages you to play enough cards to enable it, but at the same time, the more cards you're playing to enable it, the less consistent it's going to be. This has the potential to be the card that could help stage 2s happen consistently. Whereas, as we're going to see when we talk through the Pokemon in this set, there are a lot of stage 2s with like 1 and 2 energy attacks that want to be assembled ASAP. That being said, stage 2 decks are the ones that have like the least amount of extra slots in them, right? Like if Pokemon Communication is likely a card that goes with every stage 2, that means every stage 2 deck is suddenly going to have 8 slots as soon as you put your stage 2 in it filled up. Then you add in 2 research and 2 Pokeball, and suddenly you're at 12 out of 20 before you even add a second and third Pokemon line. Figuring out these optimizations, how many basics we're playing, is this an auto include, is going to be the big question mark in the early bits of our developing format with the new set. Red Beard, thank you for the 2 months, and Rip in Peace, thank you for the 3.5 years. Giant Cape. This is almost assuredly another format staple. The Pokemon this card is attached to gets plus 20 HP. Giovanni is a card in Pokemon Pocket that sees a lot of play and is very good because of how tight a lot of the breakpoints are in this game. Just hitting for 10 extra damage is a big jump up in a lot of spots, and Giant Cape is going to be a card that potentially shifts those breakpoints in a really big way. The 2 cards that immediately jump to my mind that are going to be a little bit worse off with Giant Cape coming into this game is Mew EX and Tauros from Mythical Island. Those were cards that that felt like they were very good counterplay cards because they helped you hit very specific breakpoints. And Giant Cape jumping things up that you're hoping to hit exact breakpoints on by 20 is a big deal. This is going to let things like Kabutops and Melmetal survive hits from a Mewtwo side drive. I don't think this is going to nearly be an auto include, but I do think that it's going to see plenty of play. Pokemon tools, for those not familiar, get attached to a Pokemon. You can have one on a Pokemon at a time. This versus Potion, my gut assumption is that most decks will prefer to play Giant Cape before they play Potion, and there's a chance that maybe you want to play both inside of decks. Yeah, I think the takes that this card essentially power creeps blue is accurate. Blue was already a card that wasn't seeing a ton of play, and Giant Cape's going to step into that space much better. I expect this one will see plenty of play because not only is it giving you more HP that lasts over the course of the turns, but it also doesn't take up your supporter usage for the turn. So you can research and then attach Giant Cape in the same turn after you draw it. Cursive Puppet, thank you for the over 2 years. And Mitch Geo coming in hot for the 12 months. Yeah, these do not use your supporter slot, so you can research into these and then attach them afterwards. Rocky Helmet, probably our second best of the 3 Pokemon tools we're getting in this set. Gives you that Drudagon type effect you can attach to any of your Pokemon. This card seems like it could be generically solid in a variety of places, but I think the big call out where we'll want to test this is Executor EX. That card already has a massive amount of HP, and you get to heal it up constantly with Erica. If your opponent's going to have to take 20 damage every time they attack your Executor EX, in addition to taking forever to get through it, it's going to be a real force to be reckoned with, I would wager. Other cards this could maybe perhaps push back into the metagame, or ones that never existed, is maybe Kangaskhan with this card could be worth considering again, and perhaps Snorlax could finally get to dust off those full art Snorlaxes with the Rocky Helmet, perhaps. Loomberry, whatever this is pronounced. This is the least good of the tools. I would be kind of surprised if this saw any amount of play. In the existing metagames we've had so far, there's never been enough Pokemon dishing out status conditions to want this type of effect to be playable. I also, even like cards like Pachirisu that care about playing Poketools on them, this gets used up after its effect happens, so it's not even good for enabling cards that care specifically about having Pokemon tools on themselves. There could obviously be a metagame where this ends up being good, but so far we haven't existed in one. This card's so bad I'm allergic to it. Cyrus, I'm super excited to have to explain to people all let's be honest, not even just this season. In perpetuity, I'm going to be explaining to people that this card is not strictly better Sabrina. This card is different Sabrina. One of the key things that stands out in my mind about Cyrus is that it is specifically very good against decks that want to maneuver low health Pokemon back to their bench and switch them around. So in particular, Starmie EX and the Pikachu EX deck are two things that come to mind where Cyrus is really going to give them a hard time. I think a lot of people are going to try and play terrible cards alongside this to try and like hit bench Pokemon for incidental amounts of damage. And I'd be really surprised if this makes mediocre things that attack the bench good. I assume you want to just like play this with generically good cards. If you have room for two Sabrina style effects, you probably play one Cyrus and one Sabrina just to have a little bit of flexibility, because it is worth noting that like if you're playing a deck like Mewtwo or Charizard, for example, that's hitting with a big hitter in the late game, Sabrina's often going to be better still than this. This is going to be definitely going to be a thing where there's going to be some games that Cyrus wins that Sabrina can't, and vice versa. It's not a strictly better, strictly worse comparison. They're giving us more options. Team Galactic Grunt. Grab a random Glam Meow, Stunky, or Krogunk from your deck to your hand. I skimmed the packs last night. I'm pretty sure all three of these cards are mid. We'll revisit this one when we get around to looking at that, but I think they're all pretty mid. Munchlax, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Cynthia, during this turn, attacks used by your Garchomp or Togekiss do plus 50 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. So, surface level, making Garchomp deal 150 looks very good. There's a lot of good 150 HP Pokemon you wanna be able to clear in one with Sir Chomp. However, this is one of those things that's very context dependent. And if we think about the giant cape that we reviewed a little bit ago, there's a chance that Cynthia doesn't actually help Garchomp hit the breakpoints that you care about. On the other hand, Togekiss does 60 and then 120. So Cynthia plus Togekiss does deal 170, which clears 150 HP things through a giant cape. And that's the power level of effects like Cynthia really depends on what are the important breakpoints that you're trying to hit in the format. Is it a meaningful card to play is going to depend on how the format shapes up and what you're expecting to play into. For example, not even talking about Giant Cape, but one card that's difficult to clear in one in our current metagame is Executor EX on its 160 health, and Cynthia with Togekiss could clear that in a single shot, which could potentially be a very big deal. Faulkner, choose one. Elec Tiviri. Okay, I'm gonna accept phonetic. Normally I don't do this, but people were very upset about this one. I'm not normally going to take. I'm gonna ignore most of your pronunciations. Electivire, Wire. Shout out to every time we do this. There have now been 6 different phonetic pronunciations typed between the two chats. This is why people are like, well, why don't you put some effort in and learn how the Pokemon names are pronounced? It's like, well, I asked, and then there were 40 different options. Electivire. Electric Wire. Can I just call it Electric Wire? Electric Wire sounds like it's on point. The old Electric Wire. That might be our Magento for the season. All right. Anywho, choose. Let me spoilers here. I'm gonna pull these cards up real quick so we can look at them together. Actually, let's do that. Because we'll bag on one of them and then talk about the other. All right, Volkner. Choose one of your Electivire or Luxray Attach 2 lightning energy from your discard pile to that Pokemon. So this card's templating taught a lot of people something they didn't know, which is that energy and Pokemon Pocket have always gone to the discard pile. There aren't energy cards, but at the top of the discard pile, there's a little list that shows your energy that have gone there from your Pokemon being knocked out or being discarded from retreating or an attack that discards them. So Electivire, 120 HP, does 40 for 2, and can ramp up to dealing 120 more. So at surface level, this seems kind of mid, but it does have a little bit of flexibility, right? Like 40 for 2 is not great, 120 for 4, not great. Maybe you put it all together and it adds up to being something good. One of the things that people tend to undervalue, and I'm people, myself included potentially, is cards that have flexibility. And a card like this could be good in tandem with Volkner and the other card here, Luxray. Luxray is a really interesting design. This does 120 damage for 3 energy to any Pokemon your opponent has on the board. And then I want to point out another really important part about this card. This card has a free retreat cost. So what you could do with Volkner, in theory, is you could blast something with a Luxray, and then this puts 3 lightning energy at least in your discard pile. Then you retreat it for free to Electivire, and you use Volkner to load up 2 of that 3 energy you just binned, and you get Kraken with this for 120 in the front line. Like, is that something that's going to come together frequently enough to be good? I don't know. It could. You could also use Volkner just with Luxray. Like, let's say you have 1 knockout point already. Volkner with Luxray all on its own just lets you Luxray 2 turns in a row, right? Like you Volt Bolt. That's such a good attack name, Volt Bolt. And you hit something for 120, and then you put an energy from your energy zone, and then you Volkner, and then you clear something again. So I wouldn't be surprised if you don't need this card to make Volkner and Luxray good, just because Luxray can work twice with itself, essentially, with Volkner. But it could just be that you want both. That'll be something that needs to be saved. But my gut instinct is that this could potentially be solid. But this one I'm a little bit more skeptical on. Let's talk about Dawn, gamers. Dawn's got some moves. We talked about Dawn a couple of times in my EX Pokemon review that's up on the YouTube channel. This card's got some synergies in this set. So the 2 big ones that I talked about in the EX Pokemon review are with Infernape. Let's pull our EX friends up here real quick so we can have them ready to reference for people that aren't familiar. Infernape and Dialga. So Dawn lets you move an energy from one of your bench Pokemon to your active Pokemon. And this works very cleanly with Infernape because Infernape's not like a Charizard. You can't store a bunch of energy up on it and attack multiple turns in a row. But what you can do is if you have 2 energy on your Infernape and you have a 3rd energy on your bench, you can Flare Blitz with your Infernape, and then the following turn you can Energy Zone to Infernape and then Dawn a 2nd energy up to it from the one on your bench. I would bet there's probably a sweet Infernape build where you're like leading on something like Genetic Apex Rapidash or some other good 1 energy attacker. You get some cracks in while you build up your Infernape in the back, and then you X speed that 1 energy attacker out, so you've got that energy on your bench for Dawn. You crack with Infernape, you Dawn, you crack with Infernape again. And again, a lot of how good that's going to be is going to come down to how much heavy lifting does the Pokemon communication do. Does this card let us hit stage 2s consistently enough? That's the ultimate number one question that I'm probably going to reference a lot during the set review, because this set has a lot of really good stage 2s in it. Is what's the consistency like? And like we could run some simulations and stuff and like get that, but that's really one of those things in my experience playing a lot of card games. You just like you need to actually play games with them to get a better gut instinct for, okay, these are finally consistent or not. The other card that's stellar with Dawn is Dialga. So Dawn's Dialga curve is really slick. You get to go Metallic Turbo on 2, crack for 30, and put 2 energy on something on your bench. And then on your following turn, you put your 3rd energy on Dialga, and you Dawn one of the energy from your bench Pokemon up to the Dialga, and you get to start cracking with heavy impact every turn from there on out. So my expectation is that Dawn will likely be a staple inside of Dialga cores. Can the Pokemon stands tell me, is Dawn being a staple with Dialga a flavor win or a flavor fail? Is this something we should be happy about, or is this a miss? I see neutral or bad. Okay, so not positive. It's just not characters that are not interrelated. Got it. All right, we have one more card to talk about with Dawn. Where is he? Look at this adorable little baby. Manaphy's, another card that could potentially be good with Dawn. So let's think about Nut Straws. Crazy fast starts. So you Manaphy on 1, and you put energy on 2 things on your bench, and then on your second turn you could attach. What does it look like? So you could Manaphy on 1, attach energy to 2 things on your bench, and then on your second turn you attach a second energy to one of those bench things. You move it up to the active, and then you Dawn a 3rd up. So Manaphy plus Dawn lets you hit a 3rd energy ahead of curve on a water Pokemon. So are there any noteworthy water Pokemon that attack for 3 that would be appealing to do? And those are the types of things you want to think about when you're like theory crafting a little bit, right? So like Articuno, both Articunos could be good. Maybe Blastoise. Blastoise is actually a good answer because Blastoise is a good answer because it scales more too. The other side of this coin though is, and this is a big one. Speaking of coins, the other side of this coin is that the idea of playing Dawn in a water deck means that she's probably competing for slots with Misty. And I'm going to be honest, while, Dawn is more consistent, it does the same thing every game, I would be genuinely surprised if playing Dawn in a water deck is better than playing Misty. I know Misty feels bad to play. It loses you some games. It wins you some games. It's a very feels bad card. Why not both? You only have 20 deck slots. You don't have room to play both in a lot of these shells, especially if you're trying to make Manaphy work as well. That's a good call out. The Manaphy Dawn synergy works with non-water Pokemon. So similar to Dialga ramping up things with colorless. Oh, I got it. Okay, we were talking about, okay, what do we do for 3? This is gonna take some getting used to, chat. You know what could always be the answer when we talk about we're looking for something that needs a 3? This is the ranch dressing of this set. And if you're from the Midwest, you understand this reference. It goes in everything, chat. What's the final ingredient? What are you looking? Are you looking to add a little bit of flavor? Yan Mega. Put a little ranch in there. Yeah. This is one of those this is one of those cards that Cape could make or break. Like it's really gonna depend on how good this 120 breakpoint is. In the existing format, this card would be very good. But we don't know necessarily that cracking for 120 or occasionally 130 with Giovanni is going to continue to be good in our next expansion with two new good 150 HP EXs and Giant Cape running around as well, right? All right. So yeah, so Dawn. Dawn, like her with Infernape, like her with Dialga, maybe like her with Manaphy if we squint. This one I'm a little bit more skeptical on. Mars. Oh man. I'm gonna go put a to-do list on my calendar for 3 weeks from now. Make math video explaining Mars. All right, we'll write that one down for future Jeff. Energy from zone to dark ray for damage. Dawn Weevil turn one value if you're on the play. That sounds like a lot of moving parts, Jace. That's like a 4-card combo to get a little bit more damage. Your opponent shuffles their hand into their deck and draws a card for each of their remaining points to win. I mean, this is going to give them 1 or 2 cards a lot of the time. Right, right. But also so here's the thing about Mars. In the games where your opponent only has 1 or 2 points, they're probably set up already, yeah? Like you think about the decks that are good in Pokemon Pocket. When they start taking knockout points, they don't need many cards in their hand typically. You get set up, your Mewtwo's cracking, your Charizard's going, your Gyarados is going, your Celebi Superior is set up. When this card finally gets better, it's at a point where your opponent's hand is a lot less relevant. Yeah, it could clear like a Giovanni or a Sabrina or a Cyrus as a newer card. But again, I really can't emphasize enough that every deck slot is precious. And there's a good chance I'm just gonna leave this tab open all day while we talk about cards, because this card is gonna be the answer to why aren't we playing that card? Well, we're not playing that card because Pokemon Communication made all the decks 14 cards. Is basically what it's gonna come back to a lot of the time. It's well, can't do that. Needed to make room for Pokemon Communication. So, yeah, I would be shocked if Mars is worth playing. All right, should we look at? I put full set review in the title, but that might be a little clickbait, chat. I might skip some of the trash cards if we're being honest. Let's pull it. Let's take a look up here. Maybe at the very least, let's talk about the ones that are potentially good first. Yeah. For my Marvel snappers who haven't played a traditional card game before, there's a lot of cards in these booster packs that are pack filler, meaning they're designed to be bad. They are not worth playing. And it's not that nobody's going to figure them out, it's that they are explicitly bad. At a couples councils meeting, a speaker mentioned that couples are so disconnected from their partner that 85% of husbands don't know their wife's favorite flower. I then overheard a husband turn to his wife and whisper, "It's whole wheat, right?" Digital Dookies. Thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. Then why have them? Because you have to have bricks inside of your packs in order to have the hits be good. So putting bad cards in the packs sells more packs. Yeah, constructed set review is a better. That's what we would call them in Magic the Gathering. This constructed set review. We talk about some of the fan favorites too. Oh my goodness. Can you believe they would do a starter Pokemon this dirty? What kind of absolute trash is this? What even is like that's actually you just like it's attacks for 4 and it retreats for 4. They didn't even give it an EX version. Like man, rip Torterra enjoyers. DNA is letting you know you don't matter. They even teased us in the teaser release video by showing us the 3 starter Pokemon, and then they just like ended up having them be trash. Boyd, thank you for the prime. Infernape enjoyers just like we are the superior Gen 4 starter. Dina letting everybody know. Zerain might be fine. There, grass Pokemon in here worth talking about. Cricktoon, maybe. Nope, that's bad. Combi Vespiquen sound lovely. Leafeon is lovely. Mo Rotom. As someone who's a Pokemon boomer, can someone give me like a 2-line explanation on what is a Rotom? I feel like there's something I'm missing about this character. What is a Rotom? It is a ghost that possesses electronics. I feel like I've encountered a Rotom or two in my real life. That sounds okay. Okay, that I think that makes sense given the context of things I've seen for Rotoms in here. It's like a poltergeist. Okay. That's a neat flavor / design. Dr. Heisbean, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Boyd, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate those bits of direct support, folks. Roserade. 50 damage. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now poisoned on a stage 1. So kind of 70 for 2 if you squint. Notably has a colorless energy, so you could splash this in a 2-color deck. People that are saying this is worse Tentacruel, I would like to point out that Tentacruel doesn't see play in large part due to the fact that it dies in 1 to Pikachu EX. So Tentacruel has 110 HP, which is 10 more than this, but its weakness typing means that you get cleared, which is not irrelevant. Sebby Sama asked, what other EX Pokemon would you pair with Palkia? I mean, the only other EX that really pairs with Palkia cleanly right now are Mew EX and then Licky Licky EX. I guess Wiggly too. You need things with colorless energy because we don't have any Steel EXs. Yeah, Erica works with this one too. I think Tentacruel in particular. Oh, I'm thinking Dialga. Oh, Palkia. Palkia is just a new, sorry, I'm a Pokemon boomer. I was gonna take me a minute to remember them off the cuff without having pictures in front of me. Um, Palkia is just the new best water lead in the game. Basically, if your deck has water energy in it moving forward, there's a good chance you want to play 2 Palkia. I would be shocked if Gyarados decks aren't optimal with Palkia moving forward. Maybe with Pokemon communication, we're gonna get a Blastoise deck that's solid with Palkia. But anything water. Palkia dealing 30 for 1 is a really big deal. It's a giant Farfetch'd, and Farfetch'd is really solid. So, sorry. To finish on Roserade here, I think Tentacruel is a card that's been really close to playable, that's felt pretty competitive when I played it in the past, but it struggles into the fact that it has weakness into Pikachu, letting it get cleared in 1. And I think Roserade having a similar stat line, but it's typing, meaning it doesn't die to EX Pikachu in a single shot, is a solid rate, and this could be something worth potentially exploring. Kricktoon. Confused is interesting, so it's like, it's kind of worse sleep in some ways and better than others. Someone pointed out in my EX review video that confusion doesn't go away after you flip a heads based on the in-game tooltip. You have to retreat to get rid of it. Confused says if you go to attack in a turn, you flip a coin, and if you hit heads, you attack, and if you hit tails, your attack doesn't happen, but you can still retreat while it's up. This card probably ends up being not good enough just because things that are stage 1s with 90 HP, unless they have something especially good going for them, tend to struggle a little bit. In enter Leafeon, the 90 HP stage 1 we're going to talk about a little bit here, and maybe Giant Cape moves the needle on some of these, but Leafeon being a 2 energy deal 90 on a non-EX Pokemon is definitely exciting. Like, this is a solid chunk of damage that you get to deal. I think also other evolutions that we've played in the past have felt close. I would be interested in trying this in a 2-color deck with either Flareon or Jolteon, perhaps. Leafeon and Jolteon hit really hard for 2 energy, with Jolteon dealing an average of 80 for 2, and this dealing 90 for 2 on 2 energy on a non-EX Pokemon. But yeah, like a lightning grass evolution deck is something that sounds potentially very solid. We're gonna sit down for a little bit before we move to the next card. You could play Executor, Eevee, and Zebstrika. Yeah, I could see that. You could play Leafeon, Jolteon, and Yanmega. Yeah, Yanmega would be a solid finisher for 2-color stuff. 13 hours from the set releasing tonight. For those that are bad with time zones, 13 hours. Motom. Flip a coin. If heads, discard a random energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. We were talking about pack filler earlier. This is pack filler. That's why it's in both booster packs, chat. It's trash. Combi. This will be a card that probably gets coped hard for. Put 1 basic Pokemon from your deck onto your bench. It notably has a colorless energy for its attack, so you could technically splash this anywhere and add consistency. To set a low bar, it's probably better than Meowth, is accurate. It does notably evolve into Vespiquen, though. So if you're interested in playing this in a grass deck, Vespiquen seems pretty solid, honestly. We were talking about 90 for 2 being really impressive and 80 for 2 being solid. This is 70 for 2 and notably has 100 HP. So, like, I think playing this just for the purpose of searching up basics is probably going to be bad. However, I think Vespa Queen is statted in a way that makes it likely be solid, which could mean you could get use out of Combi in decks that are interested in playing Vespa Queen. Yeah, two energy for 70 is really solid. For the people in chat that are incorrectly offering me what confusion does in the paper Pokemon TCG, if you look in your Pokemon Pocket client, there is a confusion tooltip already in the game. It is different than how confusion works in paper. So you don't take damage in Pocket based on the tooltip in the client. So I'm aware what it does in paper Pokemon TCG based on the tooltip and client is not how it works in Pocket. Clearing up confusion. Yep. Shaman is adorable. There's an adorable full art for this card too. Can I click on that? Oh gosh, it's so pretty, chat. There's so much good art in this game. I don't know that I expect this card to be good, but I feel like I wanted to talk about it because people are gonna ask about it because it's adorable and it has a 1-star. The cope line for Shaman is that it plays in the same color as Executor EX. And like that's a card that has like a hard time dying. So like this in tandem with some potions and some Ericas and a Rocky helmet, and then your Executor EX is like gonna live forever. I will say, to clear an incredibly low bar, this is definitely better than Butterfree. People have coped hard trying to make Butterfree work, but this is certainly better than that. It's just a basic. You could grab it up. It can flop around for you. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something serviceable to do with this with Executor EX. It's probably the place to start if you're like, I want to play my adorable Shamans, Jeff. Where is the place I can be least embarrassed while playing it? Probably Executor EX. Would be shocked if it's competitive, but least embarrassing is accurate. Speaking of least embarrassing, you know what would be really embarrassing, chat? If adverts played while I was in the middle of reviewing a card. So I'm going to take a quick pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. Appreciate everybody hanging out. We're going to take a look at another color after this. Appreciate everybody chilling here this morning. Excited for new cards later tonight. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Holy chat, this is a first in Hoaglandia history. There are more people watching on YouTube right now than there are watching on Twitch. That being said, only 461 of you have pressed the like button. So I believe in you. You can find the button. Your significant other will thank you if you practice finding the button here. So go ahead and press that, and you can have an advert as well. Thanks for hanging out. We will definitely do a little bit of an art review at the very end for sure. There's a ton of stellar ones. I saw a data mine tagged on my on the bird site showing off what the immersives look like too. So Twitch chat's very upset that they're the smaller live stream today. Listen, everybody watching on YouTube, you better make sure you stay here the whole time because you're making Twitch chat incredibly mad. Has this game made you interested in collecting real cards? No, I'm not a big collector. I like they're all just game pieces to me. I'm gonna close all the grass cards. I'm gonna queue what we're gonna review next while we're taking an ad break. We can do that. We won't talk about it, but we can open some tabs. Are these all the fire Pokemon? Why are there so few fire Pokemon? That's wild. Gen 4 was famous for having few fire types. Okay. Good to know. Like I said, Pokemon Boomer, not familiar. All right, new Magmar, 80 HP, takes a fire energy from your energy zone and ramps itself up, which I assume is relevant for our new Magmortar. Deals 100. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now burned. Burned is different poison. They take 20 per turn when you pass, and then you flip a coin. If heads, you clear the condition. So it's essentially guaranteed to 20 extra damage. I believe the damage happens first, right? I'm pretty sure. I need to fact check now. I'm pretty sure the damage always happens, right? And then they can clear it. So this is a virtual 120 for 4. Yeah, so the way to think about this card with Burn is this deals 120 for 4, and then it's a coin flip to deal 140. Four energy is obviously not great. But when you pair it with the new Magmar, it accelerates itself a little bit. So if you have first energy advantage, your Magmar is going to ramp twice, and then you'll attack for 120 on turn 3. It's not super exciting. What's another way? And this is when you're thinking about evaluating cards, you want to think about how do your curves play out. So people saying this is not good. Let's talk through a scenario. I have first energy advantage against Pikachu EX. I go energy, stoke my Magmar. They go energy on Pikachu, pass back. I go evolve into Magmortar, attach third energy. They go energy on Pikachu, crack my Magmortar for 90, it lives. I attach my fourth energy, Magmortar clears Pikachu EX on the backswing. So there's that type of permutation thought from the perspective of how does this work in the context of lining up into something like that. Like that seems potentially fine. Someone saying Giant Cape exists. Well, Giant Cape exists. This is a coin flip to deal 140 through that. It's again, this is not 100 for 4. This is 120 for 4 with a coin flip to go. And what if you go first? Going first is worse when you have an energy hungry card. That doesn't make those cards unplayable. It just makes them worse when going first. No, one of the appealing bits to this card, and this is again, people too often tend to evaluate things at their absolute best and their absolute worst only, and they don't think about average case scenarios. This card is a potential payoff for Moltres that with Magmar has built-in self-ramp for the games where you don't lead Moltres. So one of the big problems Moltres decks tend to have is that their draws are incredibly limp when you don't lead Moltres. So this could be appealing as a Moltres payoff because this Magmar makes your deck more consistent because it gives you something meaningful, somewhat powerful to do in the games where you don't lead Moltres. And Moltres decks typically want to play 2 copies of Leaf to shuffle their lead anyways, so this having retreat cost of 2, if you're playing 2 copies of Leaf, is a little bit less of a downside, right? It is not 2 coin flips for 140. Again, burn always does 20, and then it flips to heal it. And if they lose that first flip, they're going to take another 20, and then they'll flip to heal it. They'll flip to heal it again. So I don't know. I don't know. I think people whose first knee jerk is this is bad. I think you're not giving this perhaps enough credit. You will notably not be able to blame this card. This card is not named Magmar. It's named Magmortar. You cannot blame it. Yes, all status conditions are cured when you retreat the Pokemon. It is really sad Blaine doesn't apply to this card, because if Blaine applied to this card, it would definitely be good, I think. Hitting for 150 on a non-EX would be sweet. It's also probably not a mistake that Blaine doesn't work with this card. Yeah. I think this is what I'm excited to explore with. I've liked single point Moltres a lot. This will be a solid addition to that. Macargo. Dude, where's Macargo? Searing Flame, your opponent's active Pokemon is now burned. Fishtails, thank you for the 7. So, again, burn deals a guaranteed 20. So this is 50 for 2. And then it's a coin flip to deal 20 more. So it's like kind of 60 for 2 on average if you squint. It has a really high HP for a stage 1. 120 HP is a lot. And 120 HP is a lot because it means that this doesn't go down in one hit to a Starmie EX, even with weakness. Retreat 3, definitely a big retreat cost. It's less big in a post-Leaf world, but it's definitely big. I don't know. Again, I think people are undervaluing this amount of HP on a non-EX stage 1. What's Slugma do? Nothing to write home about. 20 for 1. It's got 70 HP though. It's better than Growlithe to set a low bar. I don't know. I think this is the type of card that I think people underappreciate just like good rate cards, and this is just like a decent rate card. Is it not Slugma? No, it's Slugma, right? That's what the card name is. Stop it, chat. I pulled the Rotom up here mostly because I wanted to see it haunt the appliance. This card, also trash. Every Rotom appears to be trash so far. All right. Next color. They're adorable though. I like the haunted appliances theme. Chat told me this thing haunts appliances. I'm the world's #1 Rotom stan now, chat. #1 Rotom stan. There's a lot of water Pokemon to talk about, and some that we don't need to talk about. Oh my goodness, they blessed us with 2 different water Rotoms. I'm so excited. The mammoiest of the swines. 120 for 4, 160 HP, takes 30 less from fire and water Pokemon. And then more importantly, I don't know, maybe Dialga's coming, so maybe this is going to be less true, but weakness to steel means you don't have a ton of things that like weakness to you. For 4 energies a lot. Its retreat cost is also an infinite amount. Have you considered, though, despite all of that, this artwork is adorable? So we're certainly gonna have to spend some time playing with this because, well, look at him. Look at the little baby. It's so cute. What's her? I feel like maybe we should talk about this one first because this will be relevant to some of these cards. Manaphy, if Mamoswine is serviceable, it's probably at least partially on the back of this card, right? Getting to put some energy ahead of time on things. And what's the Pillow Swine? Pillow Swine attacks for 3. So what does your curve look like? You Manaphy on 1, you Manaphy twice, and then you put you switch into this, and you put the 3rd energy on it, you attack for 60, and then you evolve up to this. Ooh, that's a sick call out from chat. You put a cape on this Mamoswine, and it lives through a hit from Charizard. You put a cape on this thick boy, and it lives a hit from Charizard. That's cooking. Charizard in absolute shambles. That is huge. The breakpoints into Gyarados are also a big deal too, right? Because even if Gyarados only does 110 to this thing, so even if they like tap you with a Greninja or a Druddigon trigger. Oh, you know what's relevant for this one too? This doesn't take damage from Palkia. It survives 2 Starmie attacks. That's another good shout out. This is definitely we're gonna build decks at the end of the stream today, so we can have decks ready to go tomorrow. So we have to think about it once the cards are out. Manaphy Mamoswine just went to the top of my list of things I wanna play. That sounds lovely. What's Swinub do? Oh, this headbutts for 40 even. Sure. Mamoswine was one of my favorite Pokemon at Pokemon Unite. So I have somewhat of an attachment to him. Yeah, I like the big pig in Unite. Regice. Prevent all effects of attacks used by your opponent's Pokemon. Prevent all effects of attacks done. Oh, so that doesn't mean damage. This just means other effects. So it can't be slept or poisoned or burned. That type of thing. No, you're not getting status. Yeah, damage is not an effect. There's no Arbok. You're not getting cornered. Probably bad. I guess 110 HP is a lot on a basic. We played Baby Articuno in decks last season, and it was fine. And 50 for 2 is fine. This is probably one of those cards that's just like not remotely flashy, but it's probably all right. It is the Pikachu comment is good. This is weak to steel, and it has 110 HP, meaning Pikachu with Giovanni doesn't clear this in 1. And I've definitely played a lot of decks where you're water decks where you're just like, man, I really just need my thing to live 1 turn against Pikachu to get set up in the back. And that's the shout out. I think that seems super duper reasonable. Does Pikachu damage this thing with its effect? Yeah, Pikachu should still deal damage. I'm pretty sure this just refers to the non-damage bits. No, I don't think it stops things like egg, coin flips, or Pikachu extra damage. I'm pretty sure it's just like statuses and things like corner. And again, it only stops effects done to this Pokemon. It doesn't prevent Wheezing Poison as noteworthy, yeah, because that's not an attack. Empoleon. Well, they did this less dirty than they did the turtle. 80 for 3 plus 30 to a bench Pokemon. Better than the turtle's a low bar. It's probably still not good, right? 150 HP is huge. It's okay. Yeah, it's like 130 if you squint. I'm sure someone's gonna pay me to lose games with this card at some point this cycle, but I would be skeptical. I'm skeptical. I don't know that I'd expect this card to be competitive. What are the stage 1s and stage 2s basics look like? Not adorable, but not particularly great. Oh my goodness, they're having a picnic, chat. Holy. 30 damage for 2. Could this really not attack for 30 for 1? Would that have been so bad, game? 30 for 2? Yeah. Yeah, Empoleon. I can't. I'm sorry, Empoleon enjoyers. I don't think I can cope this card. I think this one's probably just bad. Floatzel. Flip a coin. If heads, this attack does 30 more. God, this card is so much worse than Executor. Has 90 HP. I guess it has a 1 retreat cost. It's 45 damage. It does the same damage Baby Executor does. But again, I really have to emphasize that like 90 on a stage 1 is a tough sell. And who knows? Maybe Giant Cape is gonna change our thinking on this, and suddenly 90 is gonna be serviceable. But even with a cape, this card still gets cleared by Pikachu in 1 because it has weakness. Yeah, it's not 2 points at least. I don't know. This could be okay somewhere maybe, but it's better than Empoleon. Like, I think this is a card you can play in spots and not be embarrassed at least. It's gonna win you some games. Gastrodon. 120 to 60 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Nope. Ain't got much to say. Pack filler. Finian. Flip a coin. If heads, during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage and effects of attacks done to this Pokemon. Oh, would I play this over Mythical Island Finian? I don't know that you do. Yeah, you have a, like, Starmie being a 50 HP lead Staryu being a 50 HP lead is so bad in so many spots. It's not about the 20 damage. It's about 30 damage lightning things, clearing it in 1 if you don't win your coin flip. Yeah, I think my gut instinct says that this is worse than the Mythical Island Finian. Yeah, Duck plus Giovanni is something the fighting decks will I don't know. I guess the fighting decks are going to change with Lucario. The HP doesn't matter if you flip heads. It's not just Joltik. Zebstrika deals 30 as well. So if they go first and they Zebstrika and evolve, they'll clear you in 1. New Lumineon is interesting. I had been close at different points in our previous metagame where I thought about playing 1 Finian and 1 Lumineon because you kind of didn't need two bench hitters as Gyarados like ebbed and flowed at certain spots. It is worth noting that because this card is named Lumineon, you can't play 3 total or 4 total. But I think, especially if the Gyarados decks are going to be playing Palkia and hiding behind Druddigon less, I could see a world where you wanted to split your Lumineons 1 and 1 and have that be very reasonable. Especially with, I left it up, especially with Pokemon communication coming up, being able to like send the Lumineon you don't need back into the deck and potentially pull out the other one sounds stellar, yeah? So I don't think I'd play the Finneon. I think this Lumineon is solid, and it's appealing to play one of each. This is our first evolution that doesn't use colorless energy, right? It's two of the color requirement. Its attack is solid. Paralyze is a really strong effect. 60 is a solid amount of damage. Oh, that's actually an interesting thought. Glaceon and Vaporeon are both water, so you could play these two together in a single color EV deck and have some flexibility. Yeah, and it's weak to metal. So if you put a cape on it, it doesn't die to Pikachu in one. I think this card has potential. I think OG Vaporeon from Genetic Apex is a card that felt close in spots, and having the flexibility to play this one or that one sounds nice. Maybe the other one is good too, that lets you move your energies around, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is playable. It survives Pikachu with a cape. So cape is context you're going to want in a lot of decks. All right, let's look at our appliances, chat. We have Wash Rotom, which unironically, this is probably the most playable Rotom we've seen so far. What's it called? There's a 70 HP deal 30 for 1 that has a retreat cost 1. That saw a little bit of play. Yeah, the Paikamaku or whatever it's called. So this has a higher retreat cost, which is not nothing, but a lot of water decks want to play Leaf anyways, so that might be fine. The bigger question is there a water deck that exists that will want to play this over just playing Palkia? Because Palkia also does 30 for 1 while being a bigger HP pool and having a finishing attack that you can build up to, right? How do you get Pokemon tools? They're in booster packs. Frost Rotom. This attack does 10 damage to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. It's better than the grass and the fire Rotom. Probably still not good. This will be a card that people cope themselves into playing with Cyrus, but you don't need to put bad cards in your deck to make Cyrus good. So, Frost Rotom's probably kind of poopy. Wash Rotom, most playable of the Rotoms so far. All right, gamers. While we queue up our next color to look through, we're going to go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. Appreciate everybody hanging out here. It's great to see some hype for the new set. Got 1,400 people on Twitch. We've got 1,500 people on YouTube. It's weird to me, chat. I've been streaming for a decade, and there's never more people on YouTube. Let's go ahead and run an ad. We'll queue up our next color of cards, and we'll keep on trucking along. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, speaking of the 1,500 folks over there, consider tapping the like button. Only got about 800 likers so far. We could probably pump that number up a little bit. close all these friends out. Zone is sick. We have not hit the sub goal yet. It's just off for the current scene. Place to put it up. Seeing these explorers, my excitement is pretty high. Yeah, they've got I think the biggest thing that's most exciting for me is that it looks like they've done a good job of adding new cards that look exciting to play with that aren't just simply bigger numbers than the cards we currently have. So it makes me optimistic we're gonna avoid obvious and brutal power creep for at least the first little while. They're going to be able to go wide with designs as opposed to just making things bigger and better. I'd like to shill a couple of things specifically too now that the Twitch ads are done. If you're excited to play with or watch some of these cards in action this Saturday after the cards release, myself and Spraggles, other excellent content creator making a lot of Pokemon Pocket stuff, we're going to be hosting a free-to-enter tournament. This tournament has 1,500 USD worth of prizes. We've got some cash and then a ton of stuff from our two sponsors, Into the AM and Advance.gg. If you want to get signed up to play in that, I'll post the link in both chats now. It's available to sign up on Limitless. It's going to be a single deck best of 3 tournament. The only specific thing I will call out is you're going to want to make sure you read these participant requirements and responsibilities if you intend to play. Because one of the reasons why we're hosting this tournament is so we could do awesome coverage for it all day on my stream and Spraggle's stream. So if you are playing in the event, one of your responsibilities is going to be show up in the Discord for feature matches to share your screen. So you want to make sure you have a stable internet connection and device hardware that's capable of screen sharing to Discord. Android and iOS can both do that on mobile. You can also do it on PC if you're using an emulator. We're going to be doing commentary together, yeah. We've got a bunch of overlays set up. It's going to be broadcast on my Twitch channel and his YouTube channel. So each of us are on one of the platforms. It'll be going all day on Saturday. Also, to plug one of our sponsors for this event a little bit extra, I've got an extra discount today and tomorrow only. If you're interested in checking out Advance.gg, they do drink mixes, energy, focus, and hydration. They're what you see me drinking in my Hooglandia branded mixer here. If you want to get 40% off of any of your purchases up there today and tomorrow, you could use code Hooglandia 40 for the next 30 hours or so. All right, shall we look at some electric Pokemon? Let's look at some electric Pokemon. I think this card's sweet. I think the number one thing to think about with Magnezone is that Magnezone is a colorless attacker if you squint. And it's a colorless attacker because the stage 1 Magneton that we have, that this evolves from, attaches lightning energy to itself. So you could evolve into Magneton and activate its ability to get it a lightning energy the turn you evolve it. And then the turn you evolve into Magnezone, you can use it to activate itself again that turn. And then you'll have 2 lightning energy on it, and you get to attack for 110 twice with it, which is very solid for a 1 knockout point Pokemon. This will obviously also potentially have synergy with like Lieutenant Surge style stuff if you want to play all lightning, but yeah, it could potentially, this could be one of the payoffs you play in a Dialga deck too, because you could put some steel on it to cover your colorless costs. Yeah, Pokemon tools are attached to a specific Pokemon, so when that Pokemon gets knocked out, they get discarded. Yeah, this KOs Starmie in 1. It KOs Zapdos in 1, Zapdos EX, and with the help of a Giovanni, it KOs Articuno and Moltres in 1, which are all pretty relevant breakpoints. This Electrode isn't anything remotely fancy or flashy. But I think the consideration with this card is that the Electrode we already have is good when going second. So you could play a split of Electrodes, 1 and 1, and have one that's good when going first, and have another that's good when going second. Voltorb. This Pokemon does 10 damage to itself, deals 30 for 1. Sure. I guess talking about the other Electrode and going second, this would deal 30 into 70 to deal 100 cleanly. And more specifically, thinking about leads, Voltorb into old Electrode kills any of the birds in 2, right? So this will deal 50 followed by 90, which adds up to 140. It kills Staryu straight up. This clears a Farfetch with the Giovanni. Yeah, I could see that. Baka, thank you for that brand new Prime, and Dami as well. Those bits of direct support are a big part of why I'm able to do this as a job. So thanks for keeping me around. Electivire, we talked about this a little bit with Volkner earlier. This is a card where its 2 individual modes are both kind of mediocre. Dealing 40 for 2 is not great. Dealing 120 for 4 is not great. However, when you put them both together, it's potentially very reasonable. Another thing that's worth considering is our new Electabuzz that pairs with it. So Electabuzz can charge itself up. And a kind of play pattern line you could think about is you could Electabuzz on 1 to charge, and then you can evolve into this on 2 to start cracking for 40 while putting your second energy on something else. So people talking about the retreat cost being a tough sell on single knockout point, high HP Pokemon, a high retreat cost is less of a big deal because you can just let this stay in till it gets knocked out if it's only giving up 1 point anyways. It's also worth noting that with Cyrus coming to the metagame, retreating a low HP Pokemon to your bench will be less good than it previously was. Is Wonder Pick farming against the terms of service? I would highly recommend you do not seek legal advice from Twitch chats or random people streaming on this platform. If you're confused about a terms of service contract you've agreed to, you should consult a lawyer. That's also true. I believe the Wonder Pick farming was patched out last night. Or there was a comment implying that it was going to be patched out. So should be a moot point. I was giving general life advice, but In this specific instance, yeah, I believe it's been patched out now. All right. Close, concise thoughts. I think the sum of the parts with this card could be reasonable, but could go either way. Luxray. I'm I'm pretty Luxray pilled, chat. I think I'm a Luxray believer. I think with Volkner letting you pop this bad Mamma Jamma 2 turns in a row, that sounds really appealing. You get to 120 twice, and then it has a free retreat cost in case you can't charge it back up and it needs to get out of dodge. Like that seems really, really clean. Its evolutions aren't terrible. 40 for 2 on 90. What does Shinx do? Flip a coin if heads or your opponent's next turn. Prevent all damage from and effects of attacks. Sure. Can keep itself alive. Yeah, Luxray being bulky is nothing to scoff at. Nothing to scoff at as well. I agree with that. Prevent all effects of damage and effects of attacks done to this Pokemon. So no, this would not stop Moltres, because Moltres' energy ramping doesn't do it to this Pokemon. Oh, there's a full art for this? Why are the babies so adorable? Why are the babies always so adorable, chat? Aww, it's so cute. This is probably the best Rotom in the set. Assault Laser takes a colorless energy, so this is technically a splashable tech card. I bet Cape is gonna be absolutely everywhere. Getting to deal 50 for one is pretty solid. What is this possessing? I'm not going to say what it looks like for the sake of this being a Pokemon stream, but I need someone to give me the PG version of what this is possessing. Oh, this is its base form. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. It is not possessing an appliance. This is pre-possession. Okay, coolio. Coolio. Oh, look at all the Rotoms living together in harmony. Yeah, it's a shoulder massager very clearly, chat. Shoulder massager. When your muscles are tense. Speaking of, it's getting a little warm in the office. Probably turn the heater off. All right. Is that all of our lightning? I think that's all of our lightning, friends. Did we do water? We did do water already, yeah. You know which pack you'll be prioritizing at? Dialga's the card I want to play with the most, so we're going to start with Dialga. I'm torn on whether or not I'm making, I should probably make a best pack to open video because it's going to get asked, but like genuinely, there's a lot of good cards in both these packs. It really feels like it's just going to come down to what do you want to play with. Which pack is Dark Radiant? So they actually did us kind of dirty, and they put Weevil and Darkrai in different packs, which is kind of kind of scuffed if we're being honest. They were so good about not doing that. Like the first set, the first set they like lined them all up nicely together, and this one they very much did not. Yeah, I can talk about Miscellaneous again. All right, Toad Kiss. This is one of the many aggressive stage 2 cards in this set. What do I mean by aggressive stage 2 card? I mean, it is a stage 2 with a 2 energy attacks, which evolves from a stage 1 with a 1 energy attack. So under perfect conditions, you go Togetic on your second turn, attach your first energy, hit for 40. And then on your third turn, you go evolve into Togekiss, attach your second energy, crack for 60, and then crack for 120 every turn for the rest of the game until they get rid of it. Whether or not this card and the other aggressive stage 2s end up being playable is gonna, oh god, did I lose it? Where is it? It's gonna, oh, there it is. I thought I left it, but it's gonna 100% come down to, does Pokemon communication appropriately give the consistency we need to hit these stage 2s often enough to be good? That's true. Togekiss is going to get Pokemon communication plus Slab potentially, but that's also a lot of slots, right? So like Togekiss is 6, Pokeball, Research, Slab, Communicator is 8. So that's 14 cards on its own. Like, you probably need an X speed in there somewhere or something, right? Like, are you gonna play 0 utility cards? Like, you probably want, is it Cynthia was her name? What's the trader's name that makes this card bigger? I should know that offhand. Let Cynthia, did I get that right? Haha, I got it right. Yeah, you're gonna want Cynthia in there probably with Togekiss to deal extra. You're gonna need some basics. And now, one thing that is noteworthy that we're gonna get to review here in a second is there are some good just basic psychic Pokemon that could potentially support this. So, you know, maybe there's a world where you play the 6 Togekiss lines, you play 2 Slab, 2 Pokemon communication, 2 Ball, 2 Research, 2 Cynthia, and then you play 4 other basics to have your 6 basics. And that's very reasonable. This card is both aggressive and a reasonable finisher, dealing 60 every turn. This could be the core of a non-EX psychic deck. I'll be curious to see. Dusknoir. As often as you like during your turn, you may choose one of your Pokemon that has damage on it and move all of its damage to this Pokemon. This is probably pack filler, yeah. This does not read as stellar to me. Assembling a stage 2 that like heals a couple of your things and knocks itself out eventually. This doesn't read as worth 6 deck slots to me. It's a stage 2 potion. It's like a super potion at least. Come on now. Sure, like you could move a bunch of damage to it, but again, just talking about your deck slots, right? Like I don't know, maybe you pull enough damage maybe you pull enough damage off your Mewtwo that like it's fine, but like is pulling damage off your Mewtwo really better than playing it with Gardevoir? Because you can't play Gardevoir and Dusknoir in the same deck. And once you've got 6 slots devoted to a stage 2, it's kind of difficult to even play a stage 1. So let's pull up Cressala because I kind of want to talk about it in context of these other two. This, if there was a card that was going to make Dusknoir maybe serviceable, maybe this is it, because you could heal yourself a little bit and have sustain with the other, but it's only a basic. It's just, I feel like a lot of the cards you would want to be healing with Dusknoir are other stage 1s or stage 2s. And you can't really play 2 stage 2s in the same deck. Is what it comes down to. So I would be skeptical that this is good. Whether it's other ones, the trash. Yeah. I would assume this is pack filler till proven otherwise. Drift Blim. Our Psychic Blimp does 60 for 2. Minus 20 from attacks. Probably pack filler. On the higher end of pack filler, but probably pack filler. That is adorable. Uxie. Take an energy from the Energy Zone and attach it to a Mesprit or an Azelf. I assume we're going to see these in a second. You can only use this attack if you have Uxie and Azelf on your bench. Discard all energy attached to this Pokemon. Does 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. Mewtwo has a Magikarp killer! Mewtwo has a Magikarp killer! Oh baby, I don't know about assembling Tron, but Mewtwo got a Magikarp killer. This card is totally playable. So just so we're clear, because people have a hard time thinking through multiple step problems, let's highlight it out. Clearly, this does not kill a Magikarp in one turn. However, one, they're not always going to have Gyarados on as soon as possible. And two, part of the reason why Mewtwo has a hard time with Gyarados is because they can't clear Gyarados back in a single hit with Side Drive. So very similar to how the Lumineon Starmie deck is good into Gyarados because Lumineon softens up the Gyarados so Starmie can clear it. As Azelfir will be able to tap Gyarados twice so Side Drive can clear it once it comes up. And some of the time you're going to catch the Magikarp before it evolves. They're not going to have their evolution all the time. But even in the games where it has an evolution, this hitting it twice gives you enough room for them to be able to not be able to put it up until it wins the game. That pressure and getting you to those breakpoints is relevant. Would not be surprised if this is a 1-2 of a Mewtwo decks. I don't think those are. I'm skeptical playing these other two as good. This card is individually good on its own. These two cards are probably bait. Giratina If this Pokemon has any energy attached, it has no retreat cost. Deal 70 for 3. That's fine. This is a card you could play and not be embarrassed about it. It's not a free retreat cost. It's a spend 1 energy to allow it to retreat that you can't X speed it out. And like it does okay damage if you need to actually attack with it. Oh, full art? Full art, sweet looking. I'm surprised we didn't get an EX of this. Hopefully that'll be in the next pack. Someone asked me to talk more about this card past my EX review, so we could mention it for a quick second again here. I think this card's super solid. I've played a lot of Wiggly EX, and this is a very similar effect to Wiggly EX. Confused, for those who weren't here earlier when we talked about it, it's a new status condition that makes your opponent have to flip a coin in order to attack. So this is 70 damage for 2 that has a 50% chance to blank your opponent's attacks the following turn. Yes, so it's not just better sleep because they can still retreat out of it, and you can evolve out of it. You can evolve out of any status condition, so that's kind of moot. But like forcing an evolution isn't nothing. And this has an all right HP pool and has an all right HP pool and a solid amount of damage. No, confusion does not deal damage in pocket. It's a different effect than the paper Pokemon. What's going on, Miner? Yeah, Pocket's been sweet. We're gearing up for a new set release, so our numbers are nice and big today. We got 1,400 on YouTube and almost 1,600 on, almost 1,600 on YouTube and 1,400 on Twitch. Twitch, the YouTube keeps gaining on you. They were only up by 100 earlier when I looked, and now they're up by 200? Good golly. Confusion does not prevent retreating, no. In the paper TCG, if you lose your confusion flip, you take 30 damage. It's so over. Yeah, something like that. All right. You know what is over? Our psychic card review. Got a few more colors to get through. We need to do fighting, dark, steel, and some colorless. It is noon here in the cornfields, and it's about time. It's about time to grab some lunch. I'm gonna grab a snack really quick. We need to take an ad break. When we get back, we're gonna take a look at some fighting Pokemons. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, one of those 1,600 awesome people, make sure to tap the like button. Only 1,000 likers so far. We could probably pump that up. We'll be back in just a minute. I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. I forgot. Past Jeff left me some fresh avocado and lime chip dip upstairs. And the fighting cards are a little rough, huh? This card is trash. Uh, this is this is this is fine. Um, 100 HP is solid, and it averages 40 for one. And it always does a minimum of 20. Weakness grass means that it lives hits against Pikachu and Starmie without a Giovanni. Yeah, it gets boosted by Lucario. I could see this being a serviceable stage one. I think this is probably better than Primeape a lot of the time. That's a good call out. Without a cape, it dies to a heads out of an Executor EX because of weakness. I think it's probably still okay. I think average 40 for one with the occasional high rolls it gets boosted by. Lucario seems fine. Speaking of, we can pull him up again. This was in the initial spoiler. Lucario's very good. It does 60 for 2. It's effect stack, so if you happen to get 2 of them, they do 80 for 2. This card helps your fighting Pokemon hit a ton of key breakpoints. Worth calling out that it does not work when hitting their bench Pokemon, so it does not work with Hitmonlee. I think the big thing this card does is it likely changes the optimal lead Pokemon that's attacking for 1 energy. I think Farfetch'd was one of the best cheap lead Pokemon previously in the fighting box style decks, and with this, I think Hitmonchan's finally going to have his day in the sun. As Hitmonchan will punch for 50. I think one of the biggest deal break points that this fighting coach ability helps you hit is that Marshadow. Marshadow hits 120 instead of just 100, which in tandem with Giovanni lets it clear 130 HP things like Celebi and Mew EX, which is relevant. He does buff himself, so he's effectively 60 for 2. Yeah, Marshadow Geo looks real good. Yeah, but they could have cape. Yeah, nerd, but I could have 2 Lucarios. What of it? Put your cape on. I'll put 2 Lucarios on the bench. It'll be fine. Everybody calm down. Do you think Lucario makes Kabutops playable? I think Cape makes Kabutops more playable. And Lucario's probably fine with it. Rock. You ever put a Rocky helmet on this and just let it die? Is that ever good? Is it ever good enough to just put a Rocky helmet on it and let it die? Maybe that's the cope play. That's the Jeff. I love Regirock. He's my favorite. What's the least bad way to play this card? It's put it in a deck with Rocky helmet and hope for the best. Why not just play Drudagon? Because it has more HP and it takes less damage from attacks. You could put Rocky Helmet on. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. I think even like Rocky Helmet's two cards that's probably bad aside. 120 HP on a single knockout point attack. Um that takes reduced damage. Seems really strong. And while retreat 3 is more than 2, it's not 4, so you could put an energy on it and retreat it back. For the many Golem Copers out there in the world, because I know people love playing that card despite it being trash, I would wager this is an upgrade for Drudagon in the Golem deck. Because you could actually attack with it serviceably if you had a second one in the back. If you have two of these, you could power up the second one as your hitter if you don't have anything else going on. Yeah. Yeah, at an absolute minimum, I think this will be better than Drudagon in the Golem Shell, but I don't know that that necessarily moves the needle on the Golem Shell being bad. This card's kind of sweet. So stage 2 here. This is a stage 2 that notably evolves from a fossil. So it's the least consistent stage 2 type in the game. But it cracks for 130 for 1. It's a lot of damage. It does 50 to itself if it knocks something else out. But like, I don't know, if you knock out a thing with this, you're probably pretty set, right? It only took you 1 energy. Its stage 1 is also pretty solid. It's got a deal 50 for 1, so just a little bit better than Kabutops. Higher retreat cost though. This gets up to 150 with the Lucario. That's a good shout out. Yeah, the breakpoints on this with Lucario are real good. So very different card than Kabutops. It's a heavy hitter as opposed to a sustain, but yeah, this could be a potential finisher in a 1 knockout point Lucario deck for sure. Oh my goodness, the actual massive brain in chat. You only need 1 damage on your Rampardos, so you can put all your other energy on your second Regirock. Unironically, this could be a good lead for this. Is this better than Golem? This is probably better than Golem, yeah? Like, unironically, these two together are probably better than the Drudagon Golem deck. Especially because, like, you'll know you're never going to be leading on your Fossil too. You'll get to lead on your Regirock more frequently. Yeah, I think I've actually talked myself into wanting to try that. That kind of sounds great. I like it. Yeah, that's something to try for sure. Hippowdon. Trash. Trash. Looks like trash. Oh my goodness, I accidentally closed my Pokemon communicator. How will I communicate without my Pokemon communicator? All right, I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna hold for a second here and eat a couple of chips. Give me a moment. For people asking, the cards come out in 11 hours and 45 minutes, like 12 hours from now. I think this card being in Dialga packs probably makes Dialga the better pack to start with. I will not be jacking up my sleep schedule to stream late when the cards drop tonight. So I will be, my plan is to go live early tomorrow. I'll probably go live like 7:30 or 8 a.m. Central after I get my kids out the door to school. And then we'll do just a solid long day trying lots of different things. I do have a Blue Sky account. Yeah, I decided to put one of those up. And give me a follow over there at Jeff Hoagland. Because we got the full set spoiled in advance with data mines, we'll probably open our packs on stream because we'll be able to build decks today in advance. We're gonna review all the cards, and we're gonna build some decks together on stream. So we'll be able to import things easier. My gut says Pokemon communication is going to be a lot like Pokeball, and Professor's Research are going to play it in most things. How many packs will you open on stream? I loaded up 3,500 Pokegold on my account last night. So we will open the legally allowed maximum every single day until we have all of the cards. All right. Honchkrow. Cards. Cards real good, gamers. 2 energy, 50 damage to anyone. It's a lot of damages. Between this and the psychic colors getting a bench attacker as well, there's going to be a really good spread of things that can play into Gyarados to kind of naturally prey on that deck as we head into the next format. Better Lumineon, different Lumineon, right? So it's a different color and it's got a retreat cost too, right? So I would not be surprised to see this be a staple. Sneasel does double scratch, which isn't super exciting. Average of 20, but can brick while also high rolling. You're obviously playing this card primarily to evolve into your Weevil EX. You can't run Pokeball, communication, and research. I would be surprised if that's true. I would bet you probably run all 3, but we'll see. Mightyena. 60 for 2 on a 90. Probably pack filler. Skuntank. Does at least 60, has 100 HP. This is less bad than the other one is, yeah, probably another back filler. I guess you could fish up Stunky with the supporter card, so you could technically play extra copies of it. Yeah, the grunt card pulls Stunky. Yeah, that's maybe fine. I don't know. It's similar to the Tentacruel like we talked about earlier, where like maybe it's serviceable. Team Grunt to worst Pokeball, something like that. This card is my personal pick for number one garbage tier card that people are going to put into their decks to try and make Cyrus better. I really can't emphasize enough that Cyrus is going to be a card that's playable and good on its own, and you should not put mediocre cards like Spiritomb in your deck to try and make it slightly stronger. I guess it kind of enables Weevil EX, but you know what also enables Weevil EX? Darkrai EX. And Darkrai EX isn't trash while enabling Weevil EX. So don't do it. Again, for people who weren't here earlier when we were talking about it, these dark Pokemon that are weak to grass is because non-poison dark Pokemon are weak to bug, and bug are grass types in the TCG. So to represent that rough translation, non-poison dark Pokemon are regularly weak to grass in the TCG. Speaking of poison darks, flip 4 coins. This does 40 for each heads. If at least 2 of them are heads, your opponent's active Pokemon is now poisoned. Oh, this is probably bad. It deals 90 for 2 on average, but when it low rolls, it really low rolls. Three energy is a lot for this effect. Flip a coin for each Pokemon you have in play. This does 20 for each heads. So if you have a full bench, this does 40 on average for 2 on a basic. And then Toxicroak does 80 on average for 2 if you have a full bench. This is probably better than the other one we just looked at, but it's kind of a low bar, and there's going to be games where you can't fill your bench and don't meet this requirement. Yeah, I mean Jolteon's a pretty all right card. This could be serviceable if there's like a you speaking from playing with Pikachu, you realistically need 7 to 8 basics for this to like fill and hit consistently. That's a good call out from chat. Mythical Island coughing with Division technically makes it slightly easier for your dark type to fill the bench. And I guess you could play fewer basics because Krognunk is one of the Dorkos that the grunts get, right? So that gives you more virtual access to your basics to assemble your stage ones more consistently. Could be fine. Baby Darkray's probably just not very good. Baby Articuno sees like some amount of play with a similar statted attack. It deals 60 for 3 that like has a coin flip to wipe your opponent's next turn out, but Baby Articuno has Misty to occasionally cheese extra energy on it, and this Darkrai doesn't have that luxury. It is 110 HP on a 1 knockout point Pokemon, so it could like stall okay, and Leaf does let it retreat out cleanly. Yeah, it's a gorgeous piece of art, but probably pack filler. Some Metal Friends chat, assuredly. One or more of these is going to be playable with Dialga, yes. Oh yeah, Skarmory's super playable. Yeah, I saw this one in the one earlier. So 80, deal 20 for one, and if it has a Poké Tool attached to it, it deals 30 more. So like, you put your cape on this, and then it's and a really interesting way to think about this card is putting cape on this essentially makes it 100 HP stage 1 that attacks for 50 for one. You could put helmet on it. Yeah, and you could evolve it on the first turn. So like if you're going second, you put a cape or a head on it, attack for 50 right away. Yeah, the cape's more flexible than a stage 1. Yeah. And again, for people saying obviously Skarmory is a basic, but it's a stage 1 in that it's 2 cards to get the 50 for 1. And a stage 1 is 2 cards. The asterisk there is that the second part of this stage 1 is a flexible card that could go on a variety of things that your deck is playing. But I expect this card is very, very good. Shoot. You could also Giovanni this on the first turn too, right? So you just go like Skarmory, attach a thing, Giovanni, clear a 60 HP basic on your first energy. This card's really good. Yeah. Yeah, that's really good. Oh, yeah. This is a card that pressures Executor because it clears Execute even without a Giovanni if you have the tool. Any damage is done to this Pokemon by attacks. Flip a coin. If heads, this Pokemon takes minus 100 damage from that attack. Excuse me? What a what a card. It is a stage 2 and it does evolve from a fossil. It's a stage 2 that evolves from a fossil. But that uh this is a coin flip to live a hit from Charizard, yeah? Charizard deals 220. You take 100 away on the coin flip, you take 120. I would just like to say to all the people out there talking about this card having a retreat cost of 4, just flip more heads, gamers. This dork don't run. This card's way braver than you, okay? It gets into the active spot and it stays in the active spot. Okay? Okay, good. Good chat. Yeah, it's not an EX. You just leave it out. Just no retreat. What is it? What is it stage 1? Shieldon. Does 50 for 2 on 100 HP? Yeah, that seems great. This is very serviceable if you need to put it up and crack your opponent for a turn. This with Skarmory chat, I unironically like. I think Bastion Skarmory, there's probably a single knockout point steel deck with these 2 cards alone. That seems real good. Yeah, that's a good line. I don't even know that you need Dialga. The old packs will stay in the shop. They're not going anywhere. Worm Adam. Wormadum. Flip a coin until you get tails. This attack does 30 more damage for every heads. What does this evolve from? What is this? Is this over here and I missed it? It evolves from a grass type. Oh, that's confusing. Okay, so it goes from here to here. Got it. Uh, this might be okay. I can high roll. I think attacks like this that have the guaranteed minimum damage, but also have the chance to high roll a little bit, have solid upside. The 110 HP breakpoint is really good as well because it means it survives 90. It survives 90 damage hits with the Giovanni. Yeah, not bricking for 0. Yeah, it has a retreat cost of 1 too. I like it. It's like a bug EV. Interesting. Bronzong. Guard press. 60 damage. Takes 20 less the following turn. Pack filler. Pack filler. Flip 3 coins. This attack does 50 more damage for each heads. 4 energy. What's the basic for this one? This is what's the basic look like? What type is it? A different type? Is it not steel? It's fighting. I expect I will get paid to lose with this card alongside Dialga at some point. I would be surprised if this is Dialga's best pairing. Yes, this one. This one's just stash filler for sure. This one needs Dialga, and it definitely won't be Dialga's best pairing. Speaking of, Heatran being steel feels like a curveball, yeah? It's weak to fire. It is. It's like Zapdos being weak to lightning. Real weird. As far as playability goes, could be okay. I think there's a chance Dialga decks will want to open Dialga, charge up 1 knockout point Pokemon, switch into those 1 knockout point Pokemon, and then make them clear 2 1 knockout points before closing on your Dialga ultimately again. Yeah. I mean, like, just to, again, thinking about how curves play out, the retreat cost on this isn't super relevant because you're just going to put this up and let it die. So you'll go second energy on Dialga, attack with Dialga. You'll put 2 energy on a Heatran. You could leaf back to the Heatran the next turn, put a 3rd energy on it, and start attacking for 110. Yeah, and it's 120 HP on a 1 knockout point basic, which seems fine and serviceable. I could see a world where Dialga with Heatran is what you pair with Melmetal. So you like have them clear through your Melmetal and have them clear through your Heatran, and then you finish on the Dialga. Yeah, that's a good call out from Dofish in chat. Dialga dealing 30 into Heatran dealing 110 is a total of 140, which is a decent breakpoint. And then you pair that with a Giovanni, and you jump up and crack 150 as well. Yeah, it is interesting that a lot of the retreat costs are higher in this set. Feels like they're trying to keep up with Leaf a little bit in a way. Do you think Geo will be as useful now that Cape exists? I mean, they can't put Cape on everything, and they're not always going to draw it. All right. Not our last steal. It is our last steal. Looks like we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We're up to almost 1,700 people on YouTube. Ooh, we're getting close to 1,500 on Twitch. It's good to see people hype for the new set. If you missed it, on the YouTube side, we've got a Just EX tier list up over there for the 10 cards here. I'm going to let some adverts roll, and I always take a brief break from what I'm doing while the adverts go because I don't want them to go over the top and have people miss things. So I'm going to scarf some more of my lunch down for the next 2 minutes. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. This is the first time I've ever done a live stream and had more folks on YouTube. Shout out extra to the 1,100 folks on YouTube that tapped the like button on the live stream. If you haven't done that already, consider doing it. I appreciate the folks who have. Dark Clairvoyant, thank you for that brand new Prime support. I really appreciate it. Welcome back. Tender, thank you for the 10 months of Prime. Listen, I'm seeing a lot of comments in the YouTube chat about YouTube live stream supremacy. And all I'm going to say, while there's slightly more people watching on YouTube, that Twitch subscriber count has gone up by like 50 points today while we've been streaming. And there hasn't been a single new membership on the YouTube side. So I appreciate you watching. But I think I gotta give the edge even with slightly less concurrent live viewers to the Twitch side still. Sub Arrow, thank you for the 13 months of Prime. Welcome back. Squires, thank you for the 26 months. Appreciate it. Hey, Twilight, good to find your way back again. Thanks for the 16 months. Now that the adverts are done, I would like to advertise one of my own things a little bit. You weren't here earlier, haven't heard me talk about it. You're excited to play with new cards or watch the new cards in action. This Saturday, myself and Spraggles, another excellent Pokemon Pocket content creator, are going to be hosting our very first open entry tournament. Thanks to our awesome sponsors Into the AM, who make the wonderful graphic shirts you always see me wearing, and Advanced.gg, my drink sponsor that makes my wonderful branded shaker that you always see me drinking out of here. We've got 1,500 USD worth of prizes that we're going to be giving away. We've got some cash and then a ton of product from our wonderful 2 sponsor sites to both top competitors and also folks that have a 5-2 record as some door prizes. If you want to show up and maybe help define the new metagame and let us broadcast some awesome matches, make sure you sign up on Saturday. And if you can't commit a whole 8 to 10 hour day to play, I understand tournaments are a big commitment. I hope you'll at least stop by my stream on Twitch, or Spraggle's stream over on the YouTube side at Spraggle's Pocket. We'll be broadcasting the matches all day. I think we're gonna really level up the tournament broadcast in the Pokemon Pocket space. We've got some sweet stuff cooking. You are gonna see more matches of tournament gameplay than you've ever seen on another tournament stream on Saturday. But yeah, completely free to enter. Just got to follow the link on Limitless and get that signed up. You want to make sure you read over the details on participant requirements and responsibilities, because there's noteworthy no spectator mode inside of Pocket. So a requirement for all of our competitors is that you will need to be in our Discord and be able to screen share from your Android, iOS, or PC wherever you're playing upon request. Yes, the structure of this tournament is a little bit different than some of the others. So we're going to be playing 7 rounds of Swiss regardless of how many people show up. So everybody gets to play 7 matches. And then after 7 rounds, everyone who's 6-1 or better is going to move into a single elimination bracket. And we'll square that bracket if we have an awkward number of people in the first round. So people who go 7-0 will be likely to get a bye in the first round of single elim when we square the bracket. So there's no messy tiebreaker stuff. There's no, should I draw? Are draws good or bad? Draws are all worth 0 points. You just show up, you win 6 of your 7 matches, and then we jump into a single elim and run from there. I personally hate all the tiebreaker nonsense when I play tournaments, so I wanted to structure this in a way that that's going to be a non-factor. Yes, all the matches are best of 3. People who are familiar with me, I've played a ton of tournaments. I've top 8'd and top cut lots of Magic the Gathering tournaments, a handful of Pokemon Pocket tournaments as well, so I have a feel for what I like and what I don't like. And speaking of things that I like, one extra shout out to Advance today and tomorrow only. If you were thinking of checking them out and picking up some of their sweet energy or hydration or delicious focus mixes, you can get 40% off with code Hoaglandia40 for today and tomorrow only. All right, we just did Steel. I guess we could talk about Garchomp again real quick, but it's mostly just we have Pokemon Communicator. Will he be good enough? This Garchomp was in the leak the other day. So his Reckless Shearing is obviously very good, but it's on a stage 2, so like increasing the consistency of your deck once you already have your stage 2 out is like less appealing. Something that's noteworthy about Garchomp is we do not advanced chips all over the world. One of the things about Garchomp that we did not get in this set is a way to smooth over 2-color energy issues. So you are not going to have a way to guarantee getting a fighting and a water on time. We did get Pokemon Communicator though, and I think this card is going to bring big things for all these stage 2 decks. I think this is that. It's not quite busted as Rare Candy, but it's going to make you be able to find your Pokemon more consistently. If anything that we're getting was going to make stage 2s better, this could possibly be it. That's all we have to say about Sir Chomperson. Some of these. Rotom's excellent. Love me some more Rotoms. So, Porygon Z. This is a heck of a card. Essentially, bricking your opponent's energy on the following turn is going to be incredibly rude into a lot of things. There are a lot of Pokemon that don't even have a single... this is the type of card where you kind of hope that it's bad. Because it's like, it's very clearly a troll disruptive card, yeah? One thing I will say is that... Oh god, where did it go? Pokemon Communicator... Oh, actually, here's a question. How is Pokeball worded? Does Pokeball say shuffle? It doesn't. Okay, so I wanted to check this real quick. So this doesn't say shuffle, but it does shuffle because Pokeball shuffles and it doesn't say shuffle. So something that's noteworthy is that Pokemon Communication not only makes Porygon Z more consistent to assemble, But Pokemon communication is another way for you to shuffle your deck with genetic Apex Porygon. That data scan ability, letting you look at the top card of your deck, means you can go, okay, let's peekaboo what's on top. Okay, don't want that. Let's Pokemon communicate and swap it out and get a shuffle and get a relook at something different the following turn. So not only does this card let you get to your Stage 2 Porygon Z more consistently, but it's another card that you can play that's going to leverage the data scan on Porygon from Genetic Apex better. I could also see a world where you don't go all the way up to playing Porygon Z, and you're just like playing a regular Porygon with your Pokemon communicator, and you just like have Porygon 2 shoved in there as a way to crack for 30 on occasion. Because you could like play your Porygon on turn 1, get a data scan in with it on turn 1, and then get a data scan in with it on turn 2, and then evolve to Porygon 2 and crack them for 30 with a sharp attack. Yes, we are dancing around a lot to build our own Pokemon Brainstorm. Is basically really the crudest fetch lands you've ever seen. Yeah, I posted a highlight with the Florges Porygon list that was doing some stuff with data scan, and with Porygon 2 and this new Pokemon communicator, you're gonna get to do that in a lot more shells now. Been sitting for a while. Tumos. Look at how long it takes for the sub animation to tick up, chat. Hoglandia's OG. Thank you for the 113 months, which is actually more than 7.5 years. It's an eternity. I need to find another animator for my notifications to make them go up to 8, 9, and 10 years, because that's how long we're heading towards. Thanks for the forever. Excited to run a tournament again on Saturday. Ambipom. Flip 2 coins, does 40 damage for each heads. Probably trash. Probably trash. Staraptor has the quarter ability, locks them into not being able to retreat. Takes 3 energy, is a stage 2, but it deals 80. What does our stage 1 look like? That's pretty scuffed. That's good. Das good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of Poketools. Okay. I could see a world where there's enough Poketools where you could play 2 Starly and then like 1 Starvia and 1 Staraptor to hit your evolutions in the late game. Yeah. This could be a world where I could see this being a world where you play like 2-2-1-1, where you're like, I want this as an effect to disrupt my opponent's Pokemon tools, and then like because I'm playing that, we'll play these to go into on occasion. Hey Melvir, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. Appreciate it. Bieberol. Is it Bieberol like Justin Bieber? Or Biberol? Beeb or Bibe? Beeb? B-Barrel. B-Barrel. There you go. Look at that. So Bidoof is one people have been asking me about. Super Fang halves your opponent's remaining active Pokemon's HP rounded down. So it's really unfortunate that this rounds down, because if it rounded up, you could 80 a 150 and then evolve into the Bieber and Giovanni to clear it. This might be okay regardless. I think it clearing 140s in 2 with Geo is relevant? Oh, that's a good question. Is it rounding their HP down or the damage down? Is it taking 150 to 70? It might be. You're right. The wording on here, I think you're right, chat. We're looking at the wording again. The wording implies it's rounding down the HP. So if this takes 150 down to 70, that's a really solid breakpoint curve. Yeah. Okay. Because again, the idea you want to think about when you're looking at cards like this is, what do my potential breakpoints line up like when I'm playing into different HPs? So if Little Bieber here takes 150 down to 70, and then Big Bieber can pair with a Giovanni to finish, that's pretty clean. That is that's a colorless bench attacker. I feel like I would be surprised if Gyarados is still built in exactly the same way and you need to have it. Bench attackers as much as you did. This card's probably bait, but it's interesting to think about this card being a tool in your toolbox that you could reach for. If I think if I had this card in our current metagame, there are decks that I would have played it in. However, with Gyarados gaining Palkia as a new lead, that's less likely to be the case in our new format. And that's what makes evaluating cards difficult, right? Like, it's not just like, I can think about this card in the context of the games we've been playing, but the games that are coming up are going to be different, right? Like, our opponents are going to be playing different builds and different things. So I think the way I would expect Gyarados to be built post Palkia, this effect is less desirable there. And again, just to, because we had to talk about this earlier for people that weren't here when we talked about the Psychic. Being able to pressure Gyarados while it's on the bench is not just about killing the Magikarp before it evolves. So the Lumi Neon deck I played a ton of is a good example of this. The Lumi Neon deck was good against Gyarados, not because Lumi Neon killed Magikarp before it could evolve. Most of the time you didn't do that. Being able to attack Gyarados while it's on the bench is good because it brings that 180 or 200 HP with Cape into range of your other one-hit attackers. It makes it so you can clear the Gyarados when it comes up and blasts for the first time. There could also be potential for Cirrus now as well. You put a little damage on the Gyarados, then you pull it up before it's ready to attack is also a relevant thing to talk about as well. But simply, bench attackers are good into Gyarados, not just because they can clear Magikarp, but because you can chop down the Gyarados to size before it comes up, so it can only get one attack in. Your opponent reveals their hand. Choose a card you find there and shuffle it into your opponent's deck. I'm really glad this card is bad because playing against this will be obnoxious. This is one of those I look at it and I'm like, this card is bad and that's okay. That sounds great. Flip 3 coins. This attack does 20 damage for each heads. For when you want a little variance with your Farfetch'd. This is, I guess this is lower variant Kangaskhan in a way. You're less likely to high roll, less likely to roll, but you have less HP. 70 HP is way better than 60. Kinda. It's less damage on average. It might be okay. I don't know, I'm skeptical. I feel like I'd rather just play a duck. So colorless is the troll color, or lack thereof in this set, huh? This is the troll color. You spin storm the card back to their hand, and then you use the Purgly to shuffle it away. And you use Dialga to power up all your troll cards. Okay, sure, I accept. Dialga, power up Fan Rotom and Purgly. We'll just take them to Annoying Town. I accept. I humbly accept your $10 tip to lose with this for 30 minutes. We know it's coming. Regigigas. This attack does more damage equal to the damage this Pokemon has on it. If we were to make a tier list for this card, chat, do you think it would be A tier, S tier, or ASS tier? It's probably one of those three. Yeah. I mean, it's got less HP than Snorlax. This is another one of those cards. One of the nice things about all of these cards that have like too high of retreat costs and energy attacks when they're colorless, you can just be like, you just play it with Dialga, Jeff. It'll be fine. You just put energy on it with Dialga and you can attack. It's not a big deal. I like that Dialga can let you like play these cards and like not be embarrassed, right? Like almost assuredly not going to be top tier. But like Dialga at least is gonna be like bad colorless card jank glue where like you could put them in a deck and mix well and then probably win some games. Yeah, you can have a good time. You'd be like, Regigigas is my favorite Pokemon, Jeff. What's the least bad way to play it? Dialga. Dialga is the answer. You could play him with Manphy too. Sure could. Sure could, gamer. We're usually Pokemon communication up here, so people coming in late can constantly see it and be in awe. Card's correct. Is that all of them, chat? I think that might be all of them. I believe that's all the colors. I'm gonna blow out all of these full art ones so we can look at them together. Because I like art. Yeah, 32 gigs of RAM to work. There's so much art. I loaded 3,500 gold onto my account, chat. How much of it am I going to spend on art? Too much? Too much is the answer. All 3,500 of it? Yeah, probably. Oh, the Combi is so adorable. I feel like the full art basics are some of the best. I take it back. This one's creepy. This is one of my picks for favorite among the one stars here. The just like baby mamos everywhere, and just like the teenager on the left here too. Bloom, what an adorable child stealing ghost. That's very pretty. Oh, do we have one of these for each of the psychics? Ooh, that's I love this scene. That's awesome. I was just saying, as someone who has a little blonde, a 4-year-old blonde daughter, I have to get her a Chrysalis stuffy. There is a sleepy Starly in the bottom left. Good catch. I feel like I need to sit down and have a powwow with the people at DNA who picks these full arts. Because, like, this is such a travesty of a card to use one of your full art slots on. Why on God's green earth is this absolute trash pack filler getting a full art? Can we? It makes me so sad when cards like this get full arts and there's not full arts for other cards that are just like super playable that I want to play all the time. Lucario is a good one to get a full art. It's stellar. Hippopotamus. I think the Dialga pack is probably going to be the better of the two packs to open first. This card is like a bad acid trip. Holy. This is, There was the little, character with the cap here in the corner too, like... This looks like it came straight out of an art exhibit somewhere, honestly. Okay, that's excellent. Oh, it took. I was like, where's the Heatran? There he is. There he is. The upside down threw me. Luca, thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. I'm doing really swell. I hope life's doing all right with you. Went on a Pokemon kick since Pocket came out, having a good time. That sneaky Heatran. Oh my goodness. I knew I was gonna play an unhealthy amount of Garchomp. But Garchomp asleep in the library seals that deal. This is a great piece of art. It's a shame the card's kind of mid. Hopefully Starly ends up being an all right anti-tech card, so you can feel okay about playing one of them. Bidoof! Look at baby Bieber, chat. Baby Bieber. Good piece of art. Very bad card. Speaking, run it back. Good piece of art. Really bad card. I need this. I need this one. That is, love it. The 2 stars on these are some of my favorite pieces of art in the game. Yeah, fantastic. Oh, that's adorable. I'm sure these look great when you move them around and they 3D a little bit. They parallax in game. Probably look stellar. Why is the Dialga pack better? The Dialga pack has Pokemon Communicator in it as well as Cape, which are both good supporter cards. Really, what it comes down to is you should probably look at which EXs you'd prefer to open, because there's good EXs in both packs. But as far as like the supporting cast goes, the Dialga pack has better supporting cast for trainers. Top 5 cards. I could do that in a minute. This is probably on the list. It's a fantastic, fantastic piece of art. Oh, there is a non-zero chance my first 1,250 pack points are going to turn into this one. I think we're gonna have to bookmark them for that. Lord knows I'm not gonna be lucky enough to open it. Licky. That's the stuff nightmares are made of right there, gamers. The things nightmares are made of. This is like big clown dream energy. What's that? Licky? They all float down there. We're gonna move along. This is a very serious man. Is your finger supposed to bend like that? I think Cyrus might have been in a fight recently. I'm not sure his hand is doing okay. The longer I look at the fingers, the more uncomfortable I become. He's just flexing his fingers. He's doing something with them. This is gonna be this set's version of blue. You're gonna be super unlucky and you're gonna open a bunch of this card. It's gonna be trash and unplayable and awkward. The feels bad 2-star. I think this card's gonna be pretty playable. We were talking about her earlier. Moving energy from one of your bench. This card is bait. I lied. This will be the feels bad one. The team what's it called is probably more playable than this. Oh, the rainbows. Ooh, that's a cool one. Surfs up with the Infernape. I like that one. Both the Pakarisu arts are real good. I like the stylization of this one. Like classic Pokemon cartoon, basically. Can we have a moment of silence for the pillow swine? For the Swinub that's down at the bottom? I feel like we pour one out. Pour one out for the poor little pig here. But nature is about to take its course, okay? Run, Ham, run! They better hope Mama Pig doesn't find out. This one's not creepy at all. I'm sure that's the goal. I'm sure this art accurately depicts what it's supposed to depict, but that is a good like communicative piece. This character is so cursed. It's actually just the most cursed character in the game. Like, just full stop. Like, All right. The immersive cards were data mined. Let me see if I can find that. We have to go to the bad place, but we found it. Wow. Those were stunning. With just fantastic audio down underneath them too. Like, golly. I'll do it one more time. It was only a minute. I'll post a link in chat after we're done. I love the strings. All right, people that want to watch that endlessly, I'll post the Twitter links in the chats for people. It's quite solid. I would say the Dialga pack is probably the best pack. I don't think I have enough to say about it to make a whole video out of it. So maybe we'll just make a command. But the TLDR for people who are here is that Pokemon Communicator is in the Dialga pack and Cape is in the Dialga pack. And I think Communicator and Cape are gonna go in a lot of decks. So I think if you don't want to spend pack points on those, you want to have someone to trade for them with, they'll be good. They'll be good. That being said, if your goal is to get particular EXs, opening the pack that has the most EXs you want out of it is good. I will say one dirty little thing they did is that, okay, for reference, when people are saying trading LOL, trading 2 stars is free. It just takes the time thing. So realistically, if you've got a buddy or you know someone that's opening a bunch and they're going to have extra of these, which every whale's going to have plenty of 2 diamonds, like find you a whale if you want to open the other pack instead. And you can easily find those traded. Sorry, to complete my thought where people are laughing about trading, because like I get it, I know the trading's not great. Oh, you can't trade the new set either. Actually, is that confirmed? Did they confirm that point blank that you can't trade the new set? You might be right. You might be. They did confirm it. Okay. Yikes. God, that feature is so bad. Open Dialga packs chat. It is worth noting. It is worth noting that Weevil and Darkrai are in 2 different packs, which feels real bad. I really liked that they put supporting cards in the same packs in Genetic Apex, and it really sucks that they are splitting them in this pack because the Darkrai deck almost assuredly wants Weevil in it. Yeah. All right, someone said, could we do top 5 cards? Maybe we'll do top 10, because I think the top 5 are easy. I need to take a brief pause for the cause. I'm gonna scroll here and stew for a minute. In 2 minutes, we'll pick out my top 10, huh? Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, we've had almost 1,300 like button pressers. Can we get to 1,500? We've been floating between 1,500 and 1,700 viewers. I bet we can get to 1,500 likes. Do me a flavor, have an advert. Thanks for chilling, gamers. Which pack has Darkrai? Dialga has Darkrai in it. All right, these are definitely up there. I think Darkrai's in my top. I think Darkrai's definitely the top 10. I think Palkia's top 10. Dialga's top 10. Cyrus is going to be a top 10. I think Cyrus is the only other trainer I like top 10. I don't know that I would put Dawn there. Dawn's close. I would put her in a fur, maybe. Weevil honestly probably belongs there too. Unironically, Skarmy could maybe be up there. Lucario probably. I think Lucario's definitely going to see play. Yeah, Yanmega's a tough one, so I put Yanmega in my EX list B tier because I feel like there's a chance that the metagame goes to a place where Yanmega's 120 is less good. In our current format, Yanmega's 120 is insane, but in the future, with Cape being a card, that might be less of the case. So, I mean, how many do I have here? 1, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9. Yanmega could be number 10. I could buy Yanmega's number 10. That's true. Yanmega being type advantage into these darks that are 140 is not irrelevant. Yeah, okay. I think the weakness advantage. I would put Yanmega in my top 10. Maybe that means we underrated him. And B. How would I put these? I think it's Cape. I think communication's number 1. Whoop ball. Thank you for the baker's. I think this is likely the number 1. I think Cape's probably number 2. And then it's like Dialga, Palkia. Feel like these could be in tandem for 5-6 afterwards. Probably this. I gotta do this. I think if we're gonna pull out top 10, I would say communication, Cape, Dialga, Palkia, Darkrai, Weevil, Cyrus, Lucario, Skarmory. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I'm looking at this top 10, just like look how many of these are Dialga pack, yeah? This is Dialga pack, this is Dialga pack, Dialga's Dialga pack, Darkrai's Dialga pack, Lucario's Dialga pack. This is in both. Yeah, so it's literally only Cyrus, Palkia, and Weevil that are Palkia pack. Three out of 10 are Palkia, 6 out of 10 are Dialga, and one is both. Weevil's gonna be an event. Yeah, but that event doesn't come up for a little bit, right? Yeah, it doesn't start for 3 weeks, gamers. So these are data by things in advance. It's gonna be like a Mew style wonder pick thing where you'll have more chances to get Weevils. So like, yeah, eventually you'll be able to get it, but I guess that's an eternity from now. Infernape sucks. I'd be surprised. Infernape is really gonna come down to, um, Infernape is really gonna come down to does Pokemon communication make Stage 2s consistent enough? Yeah, the booster packs come out in about 11 hours from now, 10 and a half hours from now. Is the plan? Is there a deck builder on this site? Does it look like it? I think someone said Limitless had them up already. Sure does. All right, we're gonna build some decks. I want to build some decks so we can like. I want to spend the brain power building decks today, so that way tomorrow we can open packs and figure out what we can build to play with right away, huh? Are you gonna check out Character Mastery for Marvel Sap? I don't. When does that release? Did they say that's coming in their next patch? Maybe if so. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Taka. All right, so ball research. Yes, we'll definitely build it. We're probably gonna build like 20 decks. Yeah, my plan for tomorrow is to go live after I get my kids on the bus for school. So probably about 7:30 in the morning, my time. And then Friday, we're going to have a super early extra long stream because starting at 6 a.m. Central, I'm going to be on the Twitch front page all day. I am Central Standard Cornfield time. All right, so like, this is what a stage this is what a stage 2 looks like, right? This is 12. Yeah, I'm going to pull the cards live since we got to review them in advance. We'll open on stream in the morning. I see some people laughing about cornfield time, so I feel like I should share this picture. This is where I live. children of the corn. So, Mianfi probably. Yep, yeah, I live about 2 hours south of Chicago. Bloomington normal area. You can right click a card to add it from the search tab. Holy, my life has been changed. What else would I like to put energy on with Manfi? Are there any other new dorks I want to play? We could play Palkia, but we could also play all knockout point and 0 knockout points. I'd probably play Palkia. Split screen these. That's not too bad. That gets us this is probably like what the stage 2 core is, I would bet. It's two basics, a stage 2 line, these 6 cards, and then you get 4 utility cards. I think it's probably the appropriate way to structure. Yeah, do we probably want Misty for our water deck? Right click, and then Leaf probably. That seems pretty clean. Yes, Manphy is any Pokemon for sure. I like the idea of this. You know, just to have like a game plan. You can like open on Palkia and get slashing while you build up Mamoswine organically, or you could open on Manphy and power up both of those. They knock this out, you move into Mamoswine. They knock that out eventually, you move into Palkia. Do you want a couple of copies of Cape? I feel like I don't have room. I feel like I want to start Misty and Leaf. Mana Mamo. No room for Redgar, there is not. Okay. The Dark Gray deck. Zoom, I lose. All right, what if I zoom, make this slightly bigger? Good, I think that's good. Weevil. I'm so glad that the set came out a day in advance so we can put some thought into this ahead of time instead of having to scramble overnight. But we have 2 balls, 2 research. Yeah, you're probably still on Koga with Weezing. And then some Leaf. I've got 2 slots. Can play like a Geo and a Cape. I don't hate that. Seems fine. Yeah, another and this is a question that's gonna, you know, have to be asked is like, are we supposed to put Pokemon communication in everything? Is every deck supposed to have Pokemon communication? I think Dawn inside of here is probably leaning into it too hard. You'll cheese some wins, but like, so the idea of Dawn is you could put the energy on Darkrai, deal 20, and then Dawn it up to Weevil. But that seems really all in. What other? I feel like if I was going to do Dawn, I would need to not do Weezing Koga. But what if we build a second Darkrai deck without Weezing? We should try the build with Dawn. We should try. I want to try a build with Dawn too. Let's do both. I'm gonna delete all of these old decks. Yeah. Hey, Kanshu, thank you for the third of a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, actually, you know what I can do? Ah, cheating. So Dawn, for people that haven't seen it, lets you take an energy off your bench Pokemon and move it to your active. So what this allows us to do is you put your energy on Darkrai from the energy zone, which triggers Darkrai, and then it puts 20 damage on the opponent's Pokemon, and then you Dawn that energy up to Weevil, letting you attack for 90 effectively on on the second turn of the game. Is potentially like really good, yeah. For my third Pokemon line here, could we Honchkrow? Could we Honchkrow? I think I like Honchkrow. Be pretty playable. Worth testing for sure. It's 20 cards. Ghost Rider Flyby, thank you for the 26 months. I appreciate the over 2 years. Welcome back. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I have so many decks I want to try. Someone's gonna need to put up a result with Spirit 2 before you convince me to play it. That card looks exceedingly bad. What do you think of Yanmega as a third in Darkrai? I think you probably don't want to play another big payoff attacker inside of Darkrai. I think I would be surprised if the best Darkrai deck isn't two cheap attackers and then just Darkrai as the only third one. So I see people talking about Dawn in this deck, and on top of Dawn, actually, you know what we could probably cut here? We could probably lose the Geo, because I was thinking about it. Dawn with Darkrai is kind of like a deal 20 Geo. Is interesting. We could play a Cyrus in here too. Yeah, that's true. Instead of the second cape. Because you put the energy on Darkrai and then push it to your active, and you trigger that Darkrai with it when you play it out to it. Again, for people who don't understand, you're putting the energy on Darkrai on your bench and then using Dawn to move it to your active. So again, for people who don't understand the words, we're not talking about Dawning onto Darkrai. We're talking about Darkrai's on the bench, and you attach to the bench and then push it up there. Yeah. Okay, I like that. I want to build Bastion, because I was scrolling and I saw him, and he's adorable and sounds fun. How many decks do you think we're going to build today? I feel like we could probably build 20 or 30 decks. What is their fossil called? Armor fossil? And Skarmory means we need both tools. So we need Rocky Helmet and Cape. Do we build this as Dialga, or do we... I kind of feel like I want to be full single knockout point here. And actually, once we fill here, I need communication for this. I need something that's just a basic. I feel like I want another cheap lead. No, you can only put one tool on a Pokemon. It might just be Dialga. Although if I'm playing Dialga, I need to fit in... The problem with Dialga is I kind of need Leaf, and I don't have room for that. I don't have room for Leaf and communication and... Skarmory's a lot of slots. Is it Kanga? Because Kanga's kind of sweet with Rocky Helmet. I think it might be Kanga, chat. And then 100% of the time, you open on a good lead. I honestly don't hate this. It sounds like sacrilege, but I wonder if there's a world where you play less Pokeball in a deck like this. It's probably something. I'm gonna start with Pokeball, but I think I could be talked into a world where you play less than two. I think I could see a realm where there could be less than two Pokeballs in deck, which is scary and new. Dialga. All right, easy, obvious Dialga deck. Melmetal is stock Dialga. Agree or disagree? It's the law. It is. Probably a 2 Cape angle. I played 2 Potion in Melmetal last season, and I honestly felt like I would play a third some of the time, so I kind of like the idea of 2 Capes and a Potion. And then it's just like 2 Geo. Yeah, Geo we got a bunch of 120 hitters still. I think it's 2 Geo. It's also possible though that I want a copy of Dawn because Dawn is good with Dialga. Do I split the Giovanni? Do I split the Giovanni with the Dawn? You want to get rid of Heatran? Nah, I want to play Heatran to start. I think this looks good. We'll start there. I'm selling my Toro stock right now. That's a good idea. You don't want to accidentally get Nvidia. Too soon? Too soon. Apologize to anybody's 401k who's experienced All right. Darkrai, Bastion, Dialga. What about non-metal Dialga? Yeah, I like Mega Dialga for sure. Dialga is definitely a leaf enjoyer. Yeah, Dawn could be okay. Geo's good for sure. 16 slots left. Regigigas, it is time. You know what's actually appealing? Communication is good with Tauros and Mew for when we're in matchups where they're not good. That's actually the sauce. And shove them back in. Any other colorless attackers we want to cope? Yeah, we could play a Dawn for sure. You could play a Bidoof. That's true. It is kind of a tech card. Yeah, we could just play other utility cards. Sabrina and Cyrus are probably good callouts. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 basics. That seems fine. So this has long been one of the best cards in the game that just didn't have a good pairing. And I think Yanmega closes that chapter in Pokemon Pocket. I think Executor Yanmega is gonna be real good. What's my third attacker here? Yeah, probably a non-EX egg for consistency. Celebi, you can't make me. It's probably Mew. It's probably Mew. Mew's fine. Yanmega is in Dialgapex. Yeah, at least AGO for sure. Actually, you know what's a thought? And this is, one of those things to consider. Instead of playing this baby Executor, do I just play a Communicator now? That makes sense in my brain. Oh, I need 2 copies of Leaf for sure, yeah. I don't have Pokeballs of research. Good God. It's a lot of cards, gamers. It's a lot of cards. I think with Rocky Helmet, I can get away with no Giovanni? Question mark, Copium. We could just cut the potions. Yeah, I got 2 Ericas. Yeah, it's probably solid. I'm doing fantastic. Life is swell. There's so many sweet cards in this set. All right, I got like a bunch more things I need to dump out of my brain onto the paper, but I need to run to the restroom. Appreciate everybody hanging out. I'm gonna go ahead and tap some ads while we do that. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be building some more decks. That's gonna be hype tomorrow. If you're watching on YouTube, consider tapping the like button. We're about 100 likes from 1,500, which would be sweet to hit. Sabrina and Cyrus have synergy. It's more like they cover different situations, yeah? Oh, I want to build Magmortar Moltres, Infernape. God, there's so many. Let's build Ape. I want to build Monkey. Just got a bit of a 15 extra reading. We're gonna have a lot of sweet things to play for sure. I think we play ponies. Looks kind of clean to me, yeah. Oh, I need Dawn. Yeah, I do. Gosh, it's not enough deck slots. Oh, there's not enough deck slots. We'll do Regirock next. Regirock with the other fossil sounds good. Oh. Trace doesn't work with Infernate, chap. Infernate discards all of the energy attached to it. Best we could do is turn the rapid dashes into basics to get deck slots out. Yeah, we could be like Heat War gamings. Yep, we definitely want Dawn. I think we want. So the basic idea here is Infernape attacks for 2. So we want a 1 energy lead that we can then switch out with X speed into Infernape to be able to Dawn up to Infernape. Maybe I don't need 2 Dawns. Do I need 2 Dawns? Because sometimes we'll just be able to like retreat the Infernape back out again, right? I'm gonna split the duck and the. I'm gonna split these 1-1. I think. I think this is fine. You need at least 5 basics. It's just hard to fit all the slots when you need Pokemon communication on top of it all. I think Rapidash is better than Salazzle because we're trying to build up to a stage 2, and stage 2s can be kind of inconsistent. What was our other rock dork? It was Cran and Ramp. Skull Fossil. Yeah, what's our other thing we want to build up here? It could be like Mew Tauros as the last 2. I probably want a couple copies of Leaf. You want to play no Pokeballs? I don't think so, chat. Pokeball helps you have enough Pokemon to work with communication as well. I think it's probably 2 more basics and then 2 utility cards. I like a Sabrina here against my deal 130 character. Mars Shadow's not a bad idea. Or all single knockout point Pokemon. That's actually a great call. We could just play 3 more basics, actually. I could play a Mars Shadow, a Tauros, and a Mew. I could also go double Mars Shadow, which I don't hate. I think I want a Mew as an extra bomb diggity. I like the idea of Mars Shadow. I'm gonna play 2 of those. Kickmon League could be okay. I'm just skeptical that there's going to be enough Gyarados for that to be good. And especially if Gyarados decks are going to be playing Palkia, it becomes less appealing. We have not built Lucario yet. Should we do that next? Let's do that next. Lucario, Riolu, Hitmonchan. I wonder if Limitless has a deck slot limit. Hopefully not. Let's put the easy ones in so we don't forget again. Arena, Cyrus. So 17 cards. There's any other new fighting types we want? Yeah, we probably want at least a Geo or 2 still. We need any heavy hitter. I mean, we have Marshadow, we have Lucario. Does Lucario boost Kickmonlee? It does not. Only active Pokemon. I don't think we have room to play another big stage 1 chat. Like looking at our slots, I'd have to give up utility cards to fit that in. I'm sitting on 18 cards here right now. It could just be a Pokemon communicator angle, honestly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. This is 7 basics. Honestly, don't hate that. I want to make a point to try this index without stage 2s to see how it feels. But like being able to like put back your second Marshadow or your one Hitmonlee when you don't need it seems really good. Yeah, helps you get to your Locarios consistently. Lucario wants Leaf. I don't think that's strictly true. It's empty gamers. Just about. Does communication work on fossils? It does not. Fossils do not count as Pokemon, they count as trainers. Uh, we should update my favorite deck, right? I probably need Leaf with the Palkia. Probably need Leaf with the Palkia. I give up the Geos. Geos just so. Maybe I give it the. Maybe I don't. Maybe we don't play the communicators. I guess split the difference. You can also just slash till you die. Yeah, that's true. So the difference between Sabrina and Cyrus, whatever his name is. Cyrus is gonna let you chase down things that were low that retreated to the bench. And Lumineon already kind of does that, and so does Palkia's Dimensional Storm in a way. And Sabrina lets you pull up smaller things that are completely healthy that you could clear with either Starmie or Dimensional Storm. As long as you ever streamed without playing a game. No, there were days where I was live for a ton and like Marvel Snap or Magic Arena had downtime. All right, what are EXs we haven't built with? Pakarisu, yep. I think I want to build non-EX Pakarisu or non-Pikachu Pakarisu. Like Pakarisu, good stuff. You can play like a Mew. What else do I want to do here? You can play Zapdos. Zapdos ain't bad. Probably. Put the free cards in. Speed, research. So we could be a Jolteon gamer, but another part of me is looking at this and being like, okay, I kind of just want to play all EX Pokemon and like force them to take out two high HP things. Oh yeah, Pokeball still. Is there other decent EX we can play? There's kind of not, right? So maybe we have to play non EXs. I have to like get into something like a Yanmega or something, which doesn't sound appealing. I think that's too many. I think Yanmega has too many 3 energy attackers. Although I guess Zapdos can be a lead, huh? So the problem with playing non-EX Pokemon is that when your opponent takes a knockout on a non-EX, it gives up a lot of equity because it means that they win the game when they knock out your second EX. So by playing all EX Pokemon, you force your opponent to clear 2 high health things as opposed to 1 low health and 1 high health. So ideally, when you are constructing your decks, you want to make it so your opponent's either going to go single knockout point EX or EX into EX, because forcing your opponent to score 4 points essentially makes them do the most amount of work to win. We just be these 5 with a bunch of utility. Yeah, that's very possible. Maybe with like Rocky Helmet and Cape 2, we just like play some potions. Like we go all in as we play like one. I'm gonna play like a berry, just to like have Pakarisu be online as much as possible. Oh, I don't hate that. Cyrus and a Geo, call it a day. With 4 tools, you're 80-ish percent to have your Pakarisu online ASAP. That is Dice Throne on my shelf. I did not get to the X-Men expansion. It's been a minute since I've played. I need to retool my shelves at some point. I put a bunch of Marvel stuff up there when we were doing all stamp, which probably retooled to do some Pokemon. All right, what else haven't we built? Built Ape. I built Mamoswine. Built Palkia. Magnezone and Luxray. We built Bastion. Togekiss is a good call. I like. Let's do Togekiss because I have a deck in mind for that. Hey, Cedrus, thank you for the 56 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Griff, thank you for the 11 months. Yeah, like a Mew for the last one as another finisher. I don't need that. No X speed's a good call. I think one of my favorite things are when people like Jawa get really upset about getting timed out and assumed it's the moderators when really it was me. Be gone. Be gone. Gamers really are something else. I feel like I need at least one leaf. Maybe we don't need two, Cynthia. Start with the split, see how it feels. You'd use. Why would we use Dawn here? Maybe you're confusing Dawn with something else, but don't really need to move energy around. We have pretty low energy costs as well. Time hearts are the same as fascism, Jeff. I saw it on Reddit. LOL. All right, do we build Daddy Chomp so we can be sad about it never working? For posterity's sake, I feel like we need to build Daddy Chomp. It's gonna be low on my priority list to get to, but just like so we can say we did it. Half these stage 2 decks build themselves. Like literally any deck you're building with a stage 2, you're 12 cards full. 8. You immediately have 8 slots. I don't I don't I don't think you can play I don't think you can play 2 Cynthia. I think one's fine. What are my other Pokemon? It's probably all single knockout points, yeah? What if it was like Farfetch'd and Marshadow and like a Kickmonlee? I like the idea of playing Farfetch. That way we can always have a lead that attacks. Like we can play a functional game with these, yeah? This is probably like the least embarrassing way to play this card. I seem like it's probably just worse than the current fighting back text. Probably. Probably. Is there a deck that doesn't want at least 2 Leaf or XP? No, most decks want those. They're very powerful effect. Did we build Licky Licky yet? We did not. All right. Wilbert, we will build the cursed creature. All right, what do we got? You spell tongue chat. Wiggly Toro's Skarmory. Yeah, so like again, this kind of goes back to the what do you want to force your opponent to knock out when you're playing the deck? Like do when I start Dialga plus Licky Licky, it means that a lot of the time I'm probably giving them Licky Licky as the first knockout, which makes playing Skarmory a lot less exciting. I think once I start here, I want to be all EX Pokemon. Yeah, Yan Mega and Mew, I think both sound appealing. I don't hate that idea. Mew gives us a 7th basic, which is nice. Yeah, I like a copy of Dawn with Dialga is solid. Did you want a communicator? Yeah, I don't hate a miser communicator here at the end. Seems solid. Give you a little bit more consistency on your or what's it called? The only awkward part here is this deck kind of has a bad time if it doesn't have a Dialga lead, which is maybe more reason to play 2 communicator, honestly. Oh, should we play the new Licky Tongue because it has a 2 retreat cost? That's a good catch. Yeah, for sure. Can leaf that one out. Yeah, it might be right to fit a second communicator in here so we can open Dialga more frequently. Got the Geo maybe. I could be right to drop Mew as well. That's true. There was instructions on the tournament page for how you screen share. Too huge. Yeah, you don't get countered by any single type for sure. Your weakness and types of damage you deal are a really neat spread. It's a lot of pile of cards. Whom else haven't we built yet? Think I've hit all of the big build arounds. Oh, Luxray, and Magnezone. If I was gonna play Magnezone in a deck without Lightning Energy, what would be the best second color? Eggs. Yeah, probably. It's all the answer is always eggs. The answer is always eggs. It could be fighting. I don't hate it as a fighting box top end. That's an interesting thought. You could play it as a finisher in a Dialga shell. Yeah, that's true. I feel like it's probably just worse than this though. Like, because with Dialga, you could already play Melmetal and Heatran and Tauros, so it feels like a little redundant there. Manaphy, Starmie, Magnezone. It's a little deep. Oh, I want to play. I want to build Moltres Magmar. Okay, I'm gonna stew. I'm gonna stew on this. I want to build Moltres Magmar. Who's my other payoff here? Is it Arcanine? Is it Arcanine or is it another one knockout point? It's probably another. It could be another one knockout point. Ooh, Flareon is cooking. There aren't other fire friends in the new set. Volcarona. Do 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 do. So the problem with Flareon is Moltres can't put energy on it. Is the issue? Yeah, Moltres can't put energy on EV. There's non-EX Arcanine. That's an interesting thought. Deals 100. 100 is a lot less than 120. It's probably just EX Arcanine. Yeah, so the way burn works is they take 20 when the turn passes, and then you flip a coin, and if they get heads, they're no longer burned. So Magmortar is a guaranteed 120, and then it flips a coin to deal 20 more, basically. 4 energy is just so much on Sent to Scorch. It's so many. He says, looking at Magmortar. All right, fine. Maybe that's less reason to play another one, so we can have two. I'm just gonna play the Arcanine. Dawn lets Moltres be sneaky. Ooh. Ooh, I like that, actually. That's actually kind of hot. You Moltres, and then you Dawn and you crack for 70 on turn 2? I like it. Sneaky bird, yep. Communicator in, call today. All right, let's build Luxray next. I would assume the tool gets discarded if you Koga your thing back to your hands. Oh, it's so many slots. Your Luxray deck has 6 slots in it. Use them well. You have six slots. Good God. Walker only works if you have electric energy in the discard pile, so you have to have lost points to use it. That's not true. Luxray discards lightning energy. Something like Raichu discards lightning energy. We could play Raichu or Electrieve is accurate. Is communication actually good for stage 2 decks? I don't know. It feels like it probably is. 2x speeds and 4 basics is 6. That's probably the line. That's 2x speeds, 4 basics. A duck and a Rotom? I don't hate that. That seems fine. Yeah, I think I agree with that, Benny. If Pokemon communication doesn't end up feeling good in these decks, they're probably all bad. Like a lot of the stage 2 decks are bad now. Rotom wants a tool. No, Rotom deals extra damage if they have a tool. It's not Skarmory. Something with Magnezone. How many decks have we built with Pokemon tools? There's capes sprinkled across a bunch of these. Leafeon or Miscellaneous, yeah. What do we want to do with Leafeon? Gamers on the YouTube side, we are 31 likes away from 1,500 likes. Can we get there? Make me happy. I've never had 1,500 likes before. Appreciate folks that are hanging out on both platforms today. You want to build Magnezone, Lieutenant Surge? That seems fine. Oh, I missed that the new Magnemite has a colorless attack. They totally want us to play Magnezone without lightning energy. Hey, thank you gamers, appreciate it. Pat, thank you for the prime. All right, fine. We'll build the two color build to start, and then we'll build what's it called? Oh yeah, they totally want you to do this. The problem with this is this is just going to be worse than Yan Mega though, right? Is the issue? How do we attack with Magnezone without lightning energy? I'm gonna ask you read all three of these cards, and we'll leave it as an exercise to the reader. I think the appeal of playing Magnezone is we're all single knockout points. So what single you want to? Yeah, you want to top end Magnezone and Fighting Box. Fighting Box is a deck that wants Fighting Box is a deck that historically has wanted a bigger attacker at the top end. That's why they've played Aerodactyl. Yeah, just like far-fetched Marshadow stuff. Dark has wanted a big attacker too. That's true. We could play Weezing. Weezing is cute. Weezing buys a lot of time. It's a stage one though. I kind of like the idea of just playing a bunch of basics. This is already 16 cards. Yeah, Weezing is 6 cards. It's like a Geo or a Sabrina. I like Geo. Yeah, you'll play this with mono fighting energy because you use Volt Charge on Magneton to get your lightning for the Magnezone. Did Tauros get better with this expansion? I think there's a chance that the 120 breakpoint gets a little bit worse with people having access to Cape. Yeah, you don't need lightning energy selected in your deck in order for Volt Charge to work. Okay, and then let's build Lieutenant Surge with that. She just run out of slots so quickly. There's really not room to do all this, yeah? That's true. We could play only one Magnezone because Raichu's the primary plan. You're just like, we need X speed, and you need at least one more basic. Ideally, you want 6 basics in these decks. Yeah, old Magnetic is just better for playing Lightning Energy. Yeah. Maybe I don't need communication if we're playing. This is a secondary plan. We did build Bastion, yeah. It was actually one of the first ones we built. This card sounds sweet. This. Two Thunder Spear Buzz and then an Electivire. Midnight Central, so nine and a half hours till the cards drop. Seems kind of slow though. You can Lieutenant Surge extra energies onto the Electabuzz off your Magneton, and then hit them with this big one. Surge puts energy on Electrode, Electabuzz, or Raichu. Yeah, Electrieve being a potential path for. Honestly, is there a world where Electrieve's a better payoff than Raichu? Is that the case? I think that's the case, right? Because it does 120 for 4. Yeah, it's more sustainable too. Volkner. Oh, Volkner helps if something takes a knockout. Yeah, that's true. You just play the last Magnezone and play 5 basics. I kind of don't hate the look of this. That's 20. Right. Is there consideration for minus a surge and plus a communicator? I don't think so. I think being able to get the magneton onto the Electivire is pretty good. I guess it only works with the Electabuzz though. That's close. I'm gonna start here. We gotta remember on these two, like we don't really have to hem and haw a ton over the last little details, so we could change some of them as we play the games. Yeah, no Raichu makes 2 Surge a little bit less appealing, is true. Does Surge work on Magneton? No, it's Raichu, Electrode, or Electabuzz. Raichu, Electrode, or Electabuzz. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Do we play a 1-1-1 split and play a Dawn? Dawn lets us move 1 energy from a bench up front. I kind of like that idea. Dawn puts 1 energy from one of your bench up to the active. But it's flexible in who we can move to, right? There's no restrictions like Surge. Should we play a Leaf Split because Electrive and Magnezone have higher retreat costs? Nah, you just don't retreat those cards. They're only 1 knockout point, so like when you're ready to go, you put them up and you let them stay till they die. The primary purpose of X Speed is to like shuffle your leads in the early game. When you're playing a all 1 knockout point deck like this, a lot of times your things are staying till they get cleared. And again, this is going to take us getting used to too, but I know I haven't put it in a lot of decks, but I'm sure there's going to be plenty of Cyrus that sees play. Retreating low HP Pokemon back to your bench is going to be worse in a post-Cyrus world, because people are going to be able to just fish them back up and knock them out. All right, I still have a couple of decks that I want to get building, but we're going to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll so they don't disrupt us while we're talking through some strategy. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Looking forward to playing a bunch of these things tomorrow. Should be sweet. Hey, how many we got? This is that's deck number 19. Greninja Cyrus. Greninja Cyrus isn't really a deck, right? You just like take an existing good Greninja deck and put Cyrus in it. We could build some of the meta slave decks. I think we've got most of the color outside the line stuff done. We built Mamo, we built Bastion, we built Ape. We built a couple Dialga decks. We shoved Mega in a couple. We built Togekiss, built Garchomp, we built a couple of Darkrai variations. Oh, Mischief and Leafeon are good calls. I don't think Gallade is likely to be very good. I do not feel remotely inspired to play Gallade. It's such a boring card. What do you think is going to be an S tier deck? I would be surprised if something with Darkrai doesn't end up being competitive. Gardevoir is actually 2 psychic energy, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I would be kind of surprised too, Gap. I don't think people usually just use S tier for top tier, but like this current format that we're coming out of, I don't think we had any S tier decks. Everything was pretty well balanced, and I bet we'll have a pretty balanced experiencing and going into this next one, looking at everything. There isn't anything that's like overtly power crept, which is nice to see. Keep coat speed over leaf. They just play duck here as something aggressive. Hate that. Yeah, Mew as an extra finisher. I hate this. My first impressions RBs are really positive. I think it looks like they did a stellar job of giving us more interesting cards without just like strict power creeping things. Like a slab deck. Not with Farfetch'd, I don't think. And there isn't really another good aggressive psychic type I could play. I want to just crunch people. Most that gets to pump some damages out pretty quickly. Yeah, what will be the best decks in the format? That's the hard question, gamer. Ain't nobody know the answer to that one. All right, and then Leafeon, I think, is another excellent one to do. So I also do with Leafeon. Our 800th EV joins the fray. Yeah, Gyarados is super boring. I'll leave people like doing boring things to figure that out. Geo lets you get to 100. Yeah, that's true. What do I want my second color to be? I think the Dialga packs are likely the better ones. Does Lumberry help Leafeon status? I don't believe so. It's probably Jolteon if I want to be a second color. Do you open on Egg? Yeah, playing green cards without Egg is probably a mistake. Although Egg doesn't really bode well for. I was just about to say, what are the free? I was just about to ask about free retreaters. Obviously, we just play format All Star, no Drew. Very clearly, we play format All Star, no Drew. Does Lumberry clear Leafeon? It does not. I don't think so. Yeah. All right, hold on. Someone's talking about something about trading information. Free trading stuff. Hold on, I'm looking. Collect some. It looks like it's spread out. I'll have to collect some of those up and figure it out while I'm not live. Yeah. Barry doesn't work with Leafeon. The more I think about Leafeon, the less excited about it I am. We hit 20, chat. I think this will keep us busy for the next 2 days. I think this will keep us busy for the next 2 days. We did almost 5 hours without playing a game. We had awesome viewer counts on both sides. We had almost 2,000 people on YouTube at one point. We got close to 1,500 on the Twitch side. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an afternoon, gamers. If you didn't catch all of this, I think I'm gonna do a roundup of maybe we'll do 10 favorite decks out of the things we built for a YouTube video for late tonight / early tomorrow when the new set comes out. Could be fun. I am not going to be live overnight. I'm gonna just plan to wake up early and do like a long regular stream tomorrow. We'll do a long stream on Friday, and then we're obviously gonna have the tournament stream on Saturday. I would like to give a plug to the tournament again. If you want something to watch or something to play in, make sure you come and check that out on Saturday. It's free to enter, and thanks to our awesome sponsors, Into the AM, who makes my wonderful shirts, and Advanced.gg, who makes the wonderful shaker and the lovely drinks that you see me sipping on stream. We're at $1,500 worth of prizes for the top finishers and some door prizes to some others as well. So check that out on the Limitless page. Drop that link in both of the chats here before we sign off. I'd also like to give one plug. Speaking of, oh, that copy did not work on the YouTube side. Speaking of Advanced has an extra sale running for today and tomorrow. You could use code HOGLANDIA40 to get 40% off of their energy, focus, and hydration drinks at checkout for today and tomorrow only. So if you're thinking about checking out one of my newer sponsors, now's a great time to do that and save some extra dollar dues. I will open my packs on stream in the morning, yeah. I think my goal is I'm going to be live about 7:30 a.m.-ish tomorrow after I get my kids out the door to school. Or maybe I'll talk Christy into doing the morning routine and we'll be live closer to 7. I want to go ahead and pop off. Everybody enjoy the rest of your day wherever you're at, and hopefully we'll see you around real soon. If you missed it, there is an EX Pokemon tier list up on the Hoglandia Pocket channel, and I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna actually, you know what? Because I'm just not gonna have a good window to post it, so I'm gonna publish it now. I want to publish a new video. The art of coin flipping. I think there's a chance this one bombs, so I would appreciate it if you go and watch it. It's a educational lecture / theory craft style thing. Maybe the name and the thumbnail will get us some extra clicks, but we're gonna publish this one right now. That thumbnail can't pop. Here's hoping, gamers. We'll see you in the morning, huh? Peace, folks.